classes just put on one great show after another each and every time they're out.
Yes.
And it's just getting bigger and better. Jeff Betancourt.
Followed by Jason Jennings in the 42J with a new wrap.
Jeff stepping up from the hobby stock. So Jake went to Sport Modifieds. Jeff moving up to the stock cars.
Yeah.
And then we go back to the one car of Joe Gallagher out of San Jose, California. And the 15, that the P? That kid smooth? No, that's the G. That is
the G.
Anthony Giuliani. He's changed from Sport Modifieds to the stock cars.
Yeah, okay.
That's a fast race car, too.
That is. And following him, we have the 22 of Travis Dutra, last year's 2021 champion. He's always
Rookie of the Year.
And Rookie of the Year, yes.
Both.
He is always looking fast, and no matter what he drives. I remember him back when he was running dwarf cars.
Yellow flag came out. Jason Jennings spun over in turn number 1. You can kind of see his tire tracks up high there in the entrance turn number 2 after he got it straightened out. Didn't hit anything. He took a hard lick last year.
Yes, he did.
They had to do a lot of work to get that thing back up and running. Green flag back out. If you're new to Antioch Speedway, thanks for coming out on this beautiful Saturday as Gallagher in the X car. That is going to be Rob Gallagher. I do believe should be Rob. He's not checked in at the moment. Oh, wait, down there. There he is, Rob Gallagher. He, beginning of last season, started out running really fast on the New Year's Day or New Year's weekend race and rolled it in turn number 2. Merely because he had so much bite, that car just suddenly flipped.
Between the bite and the spring ratio on that right front, it was scaring me last year during that race because I was watching him and I knew he was going to roll. I just didn't know when.
And destroyed the car. Had to build a new car. It destroyed that car.
Totally crushed the cage. But it's always good to see him back out here with the whole Gallagher family. I believe his youngest is actually out here now.
Not youngest.
It's not the
just
youngest.
One of his brood.
Oh,
He has like a 6-month-old.
Wow.
One younger than yours.
Okay.
And then, but he's got a.
Yeah.
He's working his way towards a baseball team.
And he's still racing.
And he's still racing. And he's still racing as we get set to bring the next one.
And behind Jason, it looks like the 15P of Andrew Pierce. After that, in a brand new stock car, is the 49 of Troy Folger. Following him is Fast Freddy in the 7J. Behind Freddy is going to be the 22S of Scott Foster in a new ride. Oh, you know what? I made a mistake. We got the 15P coming out of 4. That is Andrew Pierce, and the other 15 is Anthony Giuliani.
Mike needs glasses. He can't see the 15A.
Well, the scary thing is I do have glasses on.
Okay. I was going to leave it alone on that. You want to go down that road. Okay, good deal. I like this. Folks, thanks for tuning in on this beautiful Saturday. Actually, thanks for being here. We're not live yet, but thanks for being here as we get set for some amazing racing action to kick off the 2022 season. We're halfway through March already. Jason Robles.
Losing it in turn 2. Yeah. Let's just be blunt. And coming out of 4, you got 49 of Folger and Fast Freddy in the 7J. They're duking it out on these hot laps.
Why are you insulting him?
What? They're duking it out.
49er?
49 of Folger.
Oh, no, it sounded like you said 49er.
Oh, well, yeah. Get your hearing checked.
As you can see here, Lunchbox, Steelers, not 49ers.
I'm still sorry. I see no silver and black.
It's right. I have class and taste.
Oh, let's not insult our fans now.
Oh, boy. I'm going to get in trouble for that one. All right. you're a Raider fan, God bless you. Thank you very much for tuning in, and I am so glad you're here.
Let's go, Nation. Anyway, so that finishes up that. It looks like we might be going heat race. No, it looks like we got one modified coming out. Probably get a couple more test laps in.
Now that's one. That's an IMCA Sport Modified.
Oh, sport modified. Yeah, that's right. The rear spoiler.
That little cutout in the back on the panel there.
Yeah.
He is not.
The 3 car is not showing up.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that is.
I'm not sure. It's a
They
wrap
just showed
I'm not
up.
used to.
That's why he's out there on his own.
Oh, one of our late bloomers. Okay.
Yes. Like you.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe he is like me.
We
Works
won't
all night.
talk about me. I'm going to be late to my own funeral.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to put that in my will.
Make sure I'm late. Well, whoever the 3 car is, they're actually looking pretty good tonight.
All right, this is it's Chuck Golden. No, that doesn't work. I was going to say he took his numbers and added them together, but no, he's 112, so that was one number off.
Well,
So Chuck Golden in the 3 car.
new car, new wrap. Okay, new number. All right. All for a new season.
There you go.
Oh, Chuck Golden actually looking good out there.
Yes.
So look forward to see what he does in the heat races.
All right, here we go. This is Andrew Pierce. Not going to be allowed to run. Missed his time. He was here. Came out without his gloves on is what happened when he came out for, and that is a no-no. If you're on the racetrack, you do have to have all your safety gear on, including your gloves. So he will miss hot laps. What a great looking crowd we have here, folks. Thanks for coming out on this Saturday, March 12th, 2021. Hey, don't forget, you lose an hour of sleep tonight.
What's sleep?
That stuff you hit your bed, you hit the pillow and go.
Yeah, I still don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so obviously not much to lose. Yes, make sure you set your clocks forward tonight.
Spring forward, fall behind. It is a spring forward kind of Saturday night. I say we just move them forward and leave them there.
You know, you could have voted on that last election.
I did.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry.
But, you know. Well, not enough people agreed with me, I guess.
I guess not. Well, hey, you know what? If you want to partake in not doing that, move to Arizona.
There you go.
Actually, no, do not go to Arizona. Stay here because we love having you guys in the stands.
Hey, folks, I want to say welcome. Just see Antioch Speedway TV is up and running. Welcome to the first event of 2022. I am Wiley Wade.
And I am Michael Bauer.
And we are your tag team for tonight. Mike's going to be joining me not every week. The wife has the leash on. And he owns a race car. He's going to be doing that too. Now, he's going to be joining me on a fair number of races throughout the season. Yep. As I believe Donnie Martin will be joining me as well from time to time as well. So looking forward to it as we are kicking off the 2022 season. It was a long off season while being a very short off season. It was a very weird off season for me personally.
Well, I've also taken a year and a half off from racing, but yeah, this off season was very interesting because we were supposed to have the New Year's race or the day after New Year's race, but unfortunately, Mother Nature said no, so we got rained out.
Yeah. Thanks, Mother Nature.
Yeah, well,
I better be careful.
Yes, because there's some things Mother Nature doesn't need to give us that we don't want right now.
Yeah,
like some rain.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So anyway, if you don't know, Mike is a driver of the 54
54
Double D dwarf car.
And I should be out here hopefully in June. Unfortunately, or not unfortunately, sorry.
All right, here we go. We are going racing, and let me get over to the proper screen for the Hobby Stocks. Heat race number 1 looks like this. It is Danny Aves on the point in the 2X. Outside of him, Gavin Griffiths in the 47 car.
Following Griffin, you got the 71A of Michaela Taylor, and alongside her is the 45 of Jean Haney.
In row number 3, it is Angela Brown and Bobby Gallagher, the aforementioned, and they went a little early. They were like, a lap early. He also started way before the cone, too, so hopefully no cars get Jean is running in the...
what's Jean doing?
Jean Haney in that 45 car, so...
Always love having Jean out here. He's always got stories, and he's always a fun person to be around, that's for sure.
He missed the last part of last season after blowing a motor.
Was it blowing the motor, or was it getting into it with his son? I can't remember.
He did blow a motor.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, if there was something besides that...
I know there was some on-track stuff that...
That was his grandson.
Was it his grandson?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But no, that was, yeah.
All I know is there was 2 blue and white 45 and 40-something else getting into it, and the pits were interesting.
That was grandpa and grandson.
Yeah.
Speaking of grandson, kind of, but Bobby Gallagher, we were talking about him. Mm-hmm. He is in this race. He is running the X car at the back of the pack.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be one to look forward to on this heat race. Okay, so it seems like our pole sitter cannot...
Danny's having a little fun up there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just being confused right now. Let's see what these guys do. It looks like he wants to take the high side at this point, but Gavin does not.
On the initial start, he doesn't get a choice. He has to take the inside. As we get set, coming around to the green flag, it is Danny Aves on the point, and to his outside, it is Gavin Griffiths in the 47 car.
Coming out of 4, green flag waves. Danny Aves takes off in turn 1. He's got about a 3-car lead right now, but the Haneys are on his tail. Look at Gene go.
As coming up off turn number 2, Gene Haney in that second spot sets the sights on trying to catch Danny Aves down into turn number 3. Aves up high, just a little bit of push in the center of the turn. Angela Brown spins it out in turn number 4, and I don't think she had any help on that. She just loops it around over there. And now Gavin Griffiths hits the wall in turn number 1. Backed it in and then shot the front end around and put the front end in there. Looks like it shouldn't be too bad damage, and he'll be able to keep going. There's Angela Brown sitting there trying to get that thing running. As we get set for Angela Brown is straightened out. And 1 car leaves. That is the X car of Bobby Gallagher for not lifting when the yellow flag came out.
Oh, yeah, that's a no-no. The yellow comes out, you got to slow down. It's not like on the streets where yellow means go faster.
Oh, really? That was a yellow.
Right? A little late yellow, right? 47 of Gavin Griffiths still stuck in turn 1. Looks like there might be an issue with the transmission maybe.
Danny's going to take the high side. Now, at this racetrack, typically the high side is the preferred line.
Yes. Yeah, especially coming out of 4. You kind of get that little downhill motion coming out of 4, and usually helps you win. Even though I wouldn't know. It helps me pass, though.
This from the guy who's not won yet? Is that what you're saying?
This coming from the guy that has the nickname of Spin Cycle, and it's not because I wash everything out.
Okay. There we go, folks. Better off on the microphone. Gavin Griffiths not able to get that thing refired as he is getting pushed into the infield at the moment.
And coming out of turn 4, they're going to do another lap here under yellow. Looks like Danny Aves is pushing up a little bit, but see what happens here.
Going to try it again. Debris in turn number 1 up on the high side, just above the racing line. You'll see it's not a cushion yet, but you'll see a line where they haven't been up there yet. Now Danny just switched back to the inside.
Yeah, he did. And let's see what happens on this one. And looking in the infield, it looks like the medics are checking out Griffiths. Hopefully everything's okay in that 47. I know it was kind of a hard hit, so. And we get the debris cleared off. Looks like a mud cover clip coming off the rim of probably the 47. And they're giving the one to go. Fabulous Bob up on the flag stand right now, waving the flags.
Danny Yates picking up the speed down the back straightaway. He does like to. That's the thing, there's different ways of doing restarts, and he is choosing to restart fast. Coming up off turn number 4, green flag in the air. Gene Haney not able to hold on to that outside position over Danny Aves to get down to turn number 1. Haney getting a little bit of push from behind by Angela Brown in that 47 X-Guard down the back straightaway. Danny Aves, our leader, into turn number 3.
And coming out of 4, Danny Aves still in the lead. Gene Haney gets a little bit of a run there, but does not have anything for Aves at this point. Behind them, Angela Brown and Michaela Taylor doing some battling. Looks like Angela's got just a nose ahead of her at this point.
Angela Brown, the only car out there that's a metric car, what's called a metric car.
Yeah.
The rest of them are Camaros, as the Camaros are starting to disappear.
I was going to say, let's be honest, they're a dying breed.
They are.
It's unfortunate. I do love the Camaros, but
I will say they died on the East Coast about 30 years ago.
Well, anyways.
Being an East Coaster, I can tell you, we've been running metric cars for about 30 years. But,
yeah.
Out here in California, it has been primarily the Camaros, but that switch has been taking place and really picking up speed over the last 2 seasons.
Yes, definitely down south they run a lot more metrics. Going into turns 3 and 4, Danny Aves still has the lead, followed by Gene Haney, Angela Brown, and Michaela Taylor. Although coming out of turn 4, Michaela Taylor and Angela Brown. Oh, never mind. Angela Brown's got the 3rd place spot, followed by Michaela Taylor. Going into turns 1 and 2, Danny Aves still out there in the lead. He's got about 4 car lengths over Gene Haney.
White flag coming out next time by, so it'll be 2 to go this time as they cross the line. Danny Aves way up high, coming up on 4. Gene Haney and Angela Brown get stuck together, and that rips Gene Haney's rear bumper off. That thing's wagging in the weed, and now
it's gone.
Turn number 1, now to get big old bumper. So that is going to bring out the yellow flag here tonight for the second time in this heat race.
Yep. Yeah, that was a little interesting coming out of 4. Haney got a little loose and collected Taylor and Angela Brown. Unfortunately, Gene looks like he's got the most. Nope, never mind. Looking at Michaela Taylor, her nose is squished like a pug.
Yeah, but that one beats out where the metal bumper sitting on the front straightaway for Gene is not going to just bump out.
Yeah, it's just a couple bolts.
Lineup is set. All right, as they come around, they're going to get the 1 to go signal from Fabulous Bob.
No signal.
Lights out, going green flag racing. Danny Aves on the point. Michaela Taylor on the high side. It will be a green-white checkered finish.
Oh, what do you think? You think Gene Haney's just sitting back, get that nice run off the 4 for the green?
Maybe, as he picks up the speed in the middle of the turn, looking underneath. An old Sly veteran as Danny Aves gets down the front straightaway. That car, had that car last year, and it was just ugly. It was handling for junk, and he found some stuff in the offseason, found some things that were broken and whatnot. Got it fixed, and practices have been good for him. Michaela Taylor almost into the rear end of him as she cuts down low, trying to get underneath him with the white flag in the air one more time around.
And coming out at 2, you still got Danny Aves in the front, but Michaela Taylor, oh, never mind, she just got a little slideways there. Danny Aves in the front, followed by Michaela Taylor, Angela Brown, and Gene Haney coming into turns 4.
Here comes Taylor coming up off turn number 4. Mike as side by side.
Oh, this is going to be good.
Angela Brown.
They touch. And it's going to be Aves.
Michaela Taylor into the wall.
Ooh,
after they cross the finish line.
Michaela Taylor stuck in the exit gate. That's not good.
What a battle coming up off turn number 4. Looking at the replay on my screen. Michaela Taylor got loose coming up off turn number 2. As you said, she dove into turn number 3. Got a good run entrance into turn number 3 on the lap before. Tried to cut under Danny. Got loose, lost a little bit of ground. If she hadn't gotten loose there, I think she had it made.
I think so. Well, that last lap proved it.
Then came white flag came up off turn number 2. Lost about a car length. Danny getting off the turn better. But Michaela drove into turn number 3 side by side up off turn number 4. And Angela Brown tried to get underneath them. They touched coming up off turn number 4. And checkered flag for Danny Aves with Michaela Taylor ending up into the wall off down the front straightaway into turn number 1.
And just to update everybody, Michaela Taylor is out of the car, taking her helmet off. She's there in the exit gate. She doesn't look too happy, though. Ooh. Telling Danny Aves she's number 1.
Michaela Taylor standing outside a race car right now as they're getting it on the hook. As she is having a hand conversation with Danny, telling him he is her favorite driver right now.
Yeah, either favored or he's number 1. He did win that race. So
Heat race number 2 getting ready to come out. We do have 4 heat races for the Pacific Coast Hobby Sox. I got to remember that. That one's heat race number 2 looks like this. Heat race number 2. I'm losing to a computer here. Looks like this. Jared Baugh on the point in the 07 car to his outside. It is Jewel Crandall in the 3 car.
And following Jewel Crandall, you got the 42F of Les Friend. And on the outside, you have the 44G of James Graisley.
Row number 3, Chris Long in the 99 car, and Judy Arth in the 74A. A different car, George Arth. Oh, as she's pulling off the racetrack, something wrong. But for the first time, George Arth buying a metric car for his wife, Judy.
You know, Wiley, that is almost unheard of with George.
Yes.
Going metric.
Yeah.
But I will say this, it does look good, though, with that brand new body.
We're going to give him the 1 to go signal. Gonna give him the one to go signal coming up off turn number 2. Lights are out, going green flag racing.
All right, the car is coming into 3, going pulling to 4, coming to the green flag. Jared Baugh going to lead him. A little slow up, and green flag is out. Jared Baugh getting split by Friend and Crandall going into 1. Ooh, he lost good positioning on that one. Coming out of 2, Les Friend in the lead, followed by Jared Baugh. And we got a whoa. Okay, Baugh is not looking good out there tonight. He just does not have the power.
That car just not handling the way it wants to right now, but Les Friend on the point. We got Chris Long down on the inside of Jared Baugh down in the turn number 1. Baugh crosses over, tries to get back underneath Chris Long. Coming up off turn number 2. Down the back straightaway, Chris Long in that 99 car. Jared Baugh in the 07 car. Here comes that 44G of James Gracely. He wants in on this action while Les Friend checks out in that 42F.
And bringing up the rear of the pack is Joel Crandall at this time. Les Friend coming out of 2 with at least quarter track lead, followed by Chris Long, Jared Baugh, James Gracely, and Joel Crandall. James Gracely coming in hot into 3, almost tagged Baugh's rear end on that one.
As Les Friend working his way in the middle of the racing groove right now, up turns 1 and 2. He's got about a 7-car length lead right now over Chris Long. Long having a good run in that 99 car as he crosses the line, or is going to cross the line into second spot. Third will be the 07 of Jared Baugh. Fourth will be James Gracely into 44G. Fifth will be Joel Crandall in that 3JC as we have put, I believe, 4 laps in the books.
And in turn 1, Joel Crandall got a little slideways there, but she keeps it going. Les Friend coming to the line leading, followed by Chris Long, Jared Baugh, and the 44G of James Gracely. They're all starting to get a little separation on each other there.
Now, have you raced against James? Didn't he run? No.
No, Gracely, no.
No, okay, never mind.
No.
I was thinking he was running dwarf car. He did a couple years ago.
No. He might have done some testing tunes in one, but no, I never actually raced against him.
Have you raced against anybody, or you just go out there and run laps?
You know what? I couldn't even say I run laps because half the time I get about 2 in, and then all of a sudden my left rear gave out.
You're doing the spin cycle.
Yeah, I'm doing a spin cycle.
White flag is out as Les Friend comes up off turn number 2. He's got right now a little more than half a straightaway lead over Chris Long as he's going to come around for the checkered flag. Les Friend in that 42F. Always strong when he's out here at Antioch Speedway. Crosses the line with the checkered flag. Chris Long in the 99 car second. Jared Baugh third. Fourth is going to be James Gracely. And fifth will be Joel Crandall in the 3JC.
You know what? I'll be honest with you. That was a typical Les Friend heat race. I mean, just taking off. That car is always fast.
All right, as we get set for heat race number 3 in the Pacific Coast. I got to remember that. We have a new title sponsor, Pacific Coast.
Yes.
It's a new sponsor for Hobby Stocks, the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks. Thank you very much for them for stepping up. Jeremy Gove in the 22L is going to start on the point, and Jess Palladino, he had a lot of work done to his car over the winter. I believe Brad Myers was working on it and said, I don't know how you got it around the track. He found so much wrong with it. But so look for Jess Palladino to have much better runs here in the 2022 season.
Well, and what's interesting, well, we'll talk about that after we get these lineups done. Following Jess Palladino on the inside is Adam Kajala in the 16, which, he's in the back of the pack at this point. And to the outside is supposed to be Larry McKenzie in the 24M.
And scheduled to start row 3 inside, it's going to be Taylor DiCarlo with the 17T. But we have got like somebody took a spoon and just stirred up the cars and mixed them all up. Anthony Vigna, late bloomer here tonight shows up as
I was going to
the
say, I
thimble
didn't know
is
Vigna was
on the
here.
yeah, he's here. The thimble on starting dead last out back. Although Adam Kajala, I'm not sure what's going on with him. He did have trouble in the hot laps.
Yes, he did have
stop
issues.
running, so maybe just worried about that, feeling that out. Everyone's going to make the main event tonight. As green flags in the air down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Jess Palladino, he has a great run, gets down to turn number 1 first, but here comes Larry McKenzie. McKenzie, see that car kind of a little darted. He tried to go to the outside real quick, but realized he was too close and would have clipped the Palladino car. As he comes up off turn number 4, our 2020 champion, trying to work around the 23 car of Jess Palladino.
And behind them right now, Anthony Vigna coming out of turn 2, followed by Taylor DiCarlo and the 22L of Jeremy Grove. Looks like Vigna forgot a hood pin because, let's just put it this way, that 54 is waving to all you fans and thanking you guys for coming out.
He forgot the hood pins. He forgot to put numbers on the driver's side. He forgot to wrap the driver's side.
Welcome to opening day.
He didn't set it up because that thing's pushing like a dump truck. But right now, battle for the lead as Larry McKenzie does drive around Jess Palladino on the high side, coming up off turn number 4. New leader, 24M, our 2021 champion, on the point, trying to pick up where he left off winning races here last year and start working towards taking home the 2022 championship.
And behind them right now, it looks like Anthony Vigna is getting into the back of Terry DiCarlo. Taylor DiCarlo, I'm so sorry. I'm used to saying Terry. Anyways, they're going into turns 1 and 2 right now. That 54 is still pushing. Loses a little bit of speed there. Taylor DiCarlo going into turn 3. Looks like Jeremy Gove is catching up to Vigna, coming into 4, coming out of it. Looks like he's going to be ahead coming to the line. Yeah.
As Vigna needs to take his blinders off, I think. I don't know. He's going to get me later. Anthony Vigna, good guy. Coming up off turn number 4, though, Larry McKenzie coming around 2 to go this time by. Larry McKenzie is your leader. Jess Palladino in the second spot. Third is going to be the 17 of Taylor DiCarlo, just in case you were wondering, Mike. It's Taylor, not Terry. And then we go back to the
22 of Jeremy
22L
Gove.
of Jeremy Gove, and then Anthony Vigna. White flag in the air one more time around.
And coming into turn 1, you got Larry McKenzie. He is putting a show on for you guys today, followed by Jess Palladino, Taylor DiCarlo, and Jeremy Goves coming out of turn 2. Coming into turn 4, out of turn 4, coming to the checker flag, we got Larry McKenzie for the win. Hand out, waving to you all, saying hello, followed by Jess Palladino, Taylor DiCarlo, Jeremy Goves, and bringing up the back. Wave back to him, it's Anthony Vigna.
Heat race number 3 in the books for the Pacificos Hobby Stocks. Larry McKenzie took it home to win. Those of you here in the house, we apologize. Scoreboard not working real well. Well, the loop is it's opening day, and that's just kind of the opening day stuff that happens sometimes. So we are working on it and hope to have it up by the end of the night, if not by next week. But you can check out on My Race Pass the lineups and results as well as we get ready for heat race number 4, and it looks like this. Misty Welborn, one to watch out for in the 2022 season. I think she's going to contend for a championship, not just wins. To her outside, it is Aiden Ponciano into 225, another youngster that I will not be surprised to see in victory lane this year.
Oh, most definitely with Aiden. And behind them is the 46 Colton Haney. And to the outside is going to be the 32 of Ken Johns. That is one. Well, I don't even see him. But and behind them is going to be bringing up the rears the 24 JR of Shelby Asher.
Shelby Asher is
a new rookie.
A rookie, and she is related to.
Bree Trowan, the squirrel.
Yes, sisters.
I was going to say, you're not going to make me say her nickname, right?
No. Coming up off turn number 4, green flag in the air. Mr. Welborn on the low side. Here comes Aiden Ponciano on the high side. He cuts down, tries to cross over, coming up through turns 1 and 2. Off the back straightaway down into turn number 3. Ponciano. Nice looking car right there for Ponciano. Different color than he had last year. Misty Welborn waggling just a little bit. Had a bit of a push in the center of turn number 4. Straightens it out. Stays on the grass. And gets down to turn number 1 with about a car length lead over Aiden Ponciano.
And behind those two duking it out going into turn 23 is going to be Colton Haney. He's looking to get into the mix here in a few laps. And behind them is Shelby Asher in the 24. She's getting a little slideways there coming out, getting on the brakes there to correct herself. She gets it going again. And coming down the backstretch is Misty Welborn and Aiden Ponciano. Ponciano looking to get the pass coming out of 4, coming to the line. Does not look like he has anything for her right now.
As Welborn gets down to turn number 1, running a nice even line right now. That car's very steady right now. It started out and had just a little bit of a bobble on that first lap, but since then it looks like it's very solid, as is Ponciano. As I say that, though, he just gets a big push and a waggle on turn number 4 and loses another car length. But Missy Welborn is our leader. Ponciano second, up over the cushion for him. Colton Haney third, and back of the pack, it is Shelby Asher, learning, brand new rookie, and she is going to get a lot of experience in that car this year.
Yes, brand new to racing in general behind the wheel. And heading into turn 1, we have Mr. Welborn still in the lead. Aiden Ponciano, he's starting to make up ground. He's getting faster each lap as he gets smooth.
I'm going to tell Missy you called him a mister. Called her a mister.
Who? Aiden?
No, you said Misty Welborn. He's leading.
Oh, my bad.
What you
Again, opening day
Asher
jitters.
spins right in front of our leader, comes down the hill. Misty just clears Asher. And they stay under the green. Coming around to the white flag this time by. White flag in the air. Misty Welborn trying to hold on for her first heat race win of 2022, which happens to be her first heat race of 2022. Down into turn number 1 as Misty Welborn up off turn number 2. As Aiden Ponciano not able to catch up. He's holding back there about 3 car lengths back. Misty Welborn. Checkered flag inside. Coming up off turn number 4, the 75 car with the victory. Aiden Ponciano second. Colton Haney's going to hold on for third. And Shelby Asher will finish 4th. But the key is, she finishes.
Yes.
And she gets a little slideways spinning down there in turn number 1. But congratulations to Misty Welborn. All right, we're going to get the water truck out of the way as well. Trying to look back. I think we got the one of the modifieds coming up next. I want to give a shout out to our sponsors. I want to say thanks to Pacific Coast is once again stepping up this year and sponsoring the hobby stock division, Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks, here for the 2022 season. Delta Transmission, of course, I always want to say thanks to them. And Delta Drive Lines, Chet Niss and Beverly Niss and the whole Niss family do a great job. As well as if you ever want pictures from down there, we do have Katrina Niss Photography. That is the official track photographer and IMCA sanctioned photographer for Antioch Speedway. Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream out there in Oakley. If you're an ice cream fanatic like I am, that is a great place to go on Main Street in Oakley. Go on over and tell them we sent you here from Antioch Speedway, but Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream. Delicious. Cresco Equipment Rentals, another sponsor here as well. All right, heat race number 1 for the IMCA. We're going modified racing. And on the point for heat race number 1, looks like this. The 22L of Chris Lewis is on the point. Bobby Hogue, the 4th in the 2 car outside the front row.
And in row 2, we got on the inside the 83 of Kellen Chadwick. And on the outside is going to be the 17T of Terry DiCarlo Sr.
As the back of the pack, it is our 2021 champion in the 5th starting spot, Jim Pettit the 2nd. And Bobby Botch Jr. in the U81 starts in the back of the pack. Green flag in the air. Down the front straightaway to turn number 1. Lewis on the inside. Hogue on the high side. Hogue pays off as he gets the lead coming up off turn number 2.
And coming in turn 3, Hogue still got a lead, 22L coming up in the second, but we got Terry DiCarlo right on his rear bumper with Kellen Chadwick. Jim Pettit is starting to look pretty good. He's just getting his feet wet right now on the 22. And Terry DiCarlo goes around to turns 1 and 2, almost gets hit by the 81 of Motts. Yellow flag out on the track, yellow flag.
That is going to take this field and bunch them back up. as we get set. We got some big hitters here. Bobby Hogue, Kellen Chadwick, Jim Pettit.
I got goosebumps already.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of big hitters.
Number one.
Yes. Heat race number 1, big hitters, opening night. Oh, it's going to be amazing.
Past track champion Bobby Motz Jr. out there.
Kellen Chadwick, I believe he was also a track champion. Jim Pettit, the 2021 track champion of last year.
And West Coast Stock Car Hall of Fame inductee last year.
Oh, yes, that is right. He got inducted last year.
Technically, 2020 class. His dad was 2021, but they didn't have, because of COVID, they didn't have the induction ceremony.
He had to bring back COVID
at the same time with his dad last year, which was really cool for him.
I tell you what, though, this year, I don't think we need to say the word COVID. We don't want to even think about COVID.
What?
What? Exactly.
Huh? Coming around, Bobby Hogue on the point. We do have Texas-style restart photo modifieds. That means leader gets road to himself. Second place gets to choose high side or low side. And everyone all flags up. Green flag in the air. Hogue off and running down into turn number 1. That puts the Lewis car in second in that 22L. Kellen Chadwick in the third spot. Kellen doing double duty tonight. Has the IMCA Modified, IMCA stock car as well. But coming up off turn number 4, our leader, Bobby Hogue, takes another lap.
And coming into turn 1, Hogue in the lead, 22L in second, but he is being challenged big time by the 83, who just decided to lose a couple car lengths on that one, diving into 3. Kellen Chadwick coming out of 4 with Jim Pettit right on his rear bumper with Motz on his.
Pettit getting here very late tonight. Oh, one car slips, whips around. That is Chris Lewis. Looping it over there in turn number 2. And that is going to bring out the yellow flag. It does. We gave him as much time as we could, because the rules here, it is one and done if you bring out the yellow flag in your heat race. And it is your fault. You are done for that event. In the main event, and if we do have any B mains, it will be 2 and done. But for heat race, it is 1 and done, as it's called.
Boy, am I so used to that rule. Yes, so they're going to be, Lewis gets it fired off, going to come back down the straightaway. And bring to the rear of the pack. Oh, no. 1 and done.
1 and done.
1 and done.
You were here when I was talking about that, right?
Kind of.
Kind of? Okay.
I was seriously admiring this lineup that we have right now with all these big hitters.
I thought maybe you were treating me like Gabby. Selective hearing.
Oh, no. No. I listen to every word that woman has to say.
He's only saying that because we're on the air.
Yes.
I'm going to get you in trouble.
Yeah, I look forward to coming home tomorrow morning, that's for sure. Yeah, taking the green flag, Bobby Hogue. Coming down in turns 1 and 2, Kellen Chadwick and Jim Pettit going to battle in turn 1. Looks like Jim Pettit's got a good run on the outs. Oh, never mind. He gets a little sideways into the wall. Kellen Chadwick takes second place, followed by Bobby Motz and then Jim Pettit.
All of a sudden, that car, Pettit, just lost the rear end coming up off turn number 2, and he bounced off the wall just slightly.
Yeah.
As he won 3 track championships last year, all in the same season, and trying to win some more here this year. Not sure. I've got to talk to him. I haven't had to find out exactly what all his plans are for this year, but Jim Pettit, a longtime racer and very successful racer at that for many years on many different types of racetracks. With that, Bobby Hogue comes up off turn number 2. Right now coming down the back straightaway. He got off the turn much better than Kellen Chadwick did, and Chadwick lost a couple car lengths. 2 to go. As you see, Fabulous Bob hold that green flag straight up in the air. That gives the signal 2 to go as they're coming around to the white flag next time.
And Bobby Hogue comes into turn 3 and 4. White flag in the air and waving Bobby Hogue, followed by Kellen Chadwick, Bobby Motz, and Jim Pettit having a little bit of trouble in turn 4. Coming out of turn 2, Bobby Hogue, Kellen Chadwick. They are going to come down to turns 3. They are battling pretty good. Kellen Chadwick dives in there. Does he have anything for Bobby Hogue? No, he does not. It's going to be Bobby Hogue, Kellen Chadwick, followed by Bobby Motz and Jim Pettit.
Heat race number 1 for the IMCA Modifieds. Bobby Hogue, Kellen Chadwick, Bobby Motz, and Jim Pettit. Got one more heat race for the Modifieds. And I don't think he's classified as a rookie, the pole sitter for heat race number 2. But Trevor Climans has sold his IMCA Sport Modified after winning last year's California State Championship.
Oh, I did not know that one. Yeah,
and that is the car that the Squirrel is driving.
Oh, okay.
They bought that car. Yeah. The Squirrel's in that, and he got himself a Modified. So he was going to start on the point in the 2C for heat race number 2. Terry DiCarlo Jr. scheduled to start outside the front row.
And in row number 2 on the inside is going to be the 49 of Troy Folger. And on the outside is going to be a rookie driver in the Modifieds. Is going to be the 78K, Kenneth Robles.
And at the back of the pack, Nick DiCarlo, got a couple big names in this one as well with DiCarlo and Folger up there, and Trevor Kleiman. You can't put him shake a stick at him, though he does voluntarily fall to the back of the pack. That's going to put tricky Troy Folger up on the point in the 49 car. Folger, another driver doing double duties here tonight. His team has a IMCA stock car as well. Green flag in the air.
And diving into turn 1, Folger and DiCarlo going at it. Folger coming out of 2 with the lead. DiCarlo right behind him. And you
got 2 DiCarlos there. Nick DiCarlo getting slideways coming up off turn number 4. The white 17, that's Terry DiCarlo Jr. The black 17, that's Nick DiCarlo. As Folger gets into turn number 3, working the low line in that 49 car. Then we have Terry DiCarlo Jr., Nick DiCarlo. Kenneth Robles stepping up from the hobby stocks. He won the Pacific Coast Hobby Stock Rookie of the Year. As he gets slideways, almost comes to a stop trying to keep that thing running. Trevor Kleiman's had to get out of the gas and not going to get that thing running. Almost looks like might be something broken in the rear end. That left rear looks like it's sitting awful low. That just might be from our vantage point, but it looks a little low to me on the left side. But Kenneth Robles, Rookie of the Year for the hobby stocks last year, and moving up to the IMCA Modifieds here for the 2022 season. Robles getting pushed away, so something happened to that car. Lost fire as he got halfway spun down in turn number 1. Got some flames coming out of the header. Exhaust gets that thing refired, and he's pulling it in as he knows he is done for the heat race.
Well, you know, Wiley, these Modifieds, they got a very interesting transmission. And being a rookie, he's probably still trying to figure that out. Yeah, it looks like we got an official in turn 3. Fire extinguisher being... Looks like we might have a fire under the hood of the 78K of Kenneth Robles.
Not sure what that may have just been simple. It may have been as simple as the air filter caught fire.
Possibly from the flame out, yeah.
Where he was shooting that fire extinguisher, or maybe something else as well. Hopefully they get that car fixed, and he can make it out for the main event coming up later tonight. C&J Favalor Trucking out of Martinez, sponsored on that car, as well as Pacific Coast General Engineering. Tricky Troy has control of the field. Oops. Terry DiCarlo Jr.'s got to remember it is Texas style restart. Trying to get Terry DiCarlo Jr. back into the second row where he's supposed to be. There we go. Get Tricky Troy up to the front for a Texas-style restart. You ever get to start up front on a Texas-style restart?
I did, but unfortunately I was a rookie and I decided to pull back.
The other drivers, thank you?
No, they were actually yelling at me.
Oh.
They wanted me up front, and I'm like, no, you don't. No, with how that car handled that year, no. All right, we're still trying to get these guys lined up correctly in the Texas-style restart. Folger's going to be on the point, followed by Terry DiCarlo and Nick DiCarlo to the outside.
Terry chooses the low side. I'm not sure he realizes he can choose high side or low side, but we will make sure he is aware of the Texas-style restart rules, as we do that for all the divisions except for the sprint cars and the hobby stocks. Green flag in the air. As Tricky Troy gets down to turn number 1 in that 49 car, he's got about 3 car lengths right now over Nick DiCarlo. Nick gets around brother
Terry DiCarlo
Jr. And Trevor Kleiman's back there just kind of getting some experience and collecting laps.
And coming into turns 1 and 2, Folger still out in the lead, followed by Nick DiCarlo. Terry DiCarlo still looks like he's having a bit of an issue with that rear end in the corners. It just does not want to turn for him. Coming to the line is still Folger and Nick DiCarlo going into turns 1 and 2.
That last time through, Mike, turn number 4, Troy had a problem. He suddenly pushed up the hill and lost about 4 car lengths to Nick.
Oh, wow.
As they're going through the turn. Now Nick's running his rear bumper again. That 49 car not handling in 3 and 4. And we have a new leader. Nick DiCarlo is our leader as they cross the line, but still side by side into turn number 1.
And they are still beating and banging coming down the backstretch, Folger and DiCarlo. Nick DiCarlo takes the lead over Folger. They cross over with Troy trying to take back. And the green flag being held, 2 to go. Folger and DiCarlo into 1 and 2. It is a battle up front. Everyone should be on your feet for this one. This is only a heat race.
As Nick DiCarlo on the point does Tricky Troy. Just that car has lost its handle. It ran well in the first 3 laps really well, and since then it has just had troubles on the north end of the racetrack. Now this racetrack is not symmetrical at both ends of the racetrack. Turns 3 and 4 are narrower as far as the radius of the turn than 1 and 2, and they do drive totally different. Checkered flag in the air for Nick DiCarlo. Tricky Troy in the 2nd spot. Terry DiCarlo Jr. is going to get 3rd. Trevor Kleiman's rounding out the field here for heat race number 2 for the IMCA Modifieds. But yeah, as I was saying, the racetrack is, for lack of a better word, egg-shaped, because it is a little, the radius is a little wider in turns 1 and 2 as opposed to 3 and 4. And they drive, speaking from experience, they drive completely different.
Oh, 100% different. I mean, to get the setup on this track is insane because you're really setting up for almost 2 different tracks. And the banking from 1 and 2 to 3 and 4 is completely different also.
So that's going to do it for our IMCA Modified heat action. Thanks again, folks, for tuning in. We are live tonight on Antioch Speedway TV. That is going to change starting next week. They will be tape delayed. If you do want to see it live, you do have to come out to the racetrack on Saturday nights, which we'd absolutely love to see you. So come on out on Saturdays. Gates open at 4 o'clock. Heat race number 1 for the IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds. Jimmy Ford in the 60K on the point. To his outside is the Iceman, Tommy Frazier.
And row number 2 on the inside is going to be the 38 of Casey Keller. And to his outside is going to be the 76A. Oh, he disappeared. I don't see the 76A of Mark Garner. Oh, there he is. Bringing up the rear. Okay.
Not wanting to wreck his new car. Inside row number 3, Tyler Brown in the 325. To his outside is scheduled to be Matt Pitts. Again, folks, when we give you the lineup, we're giving you the lineup it's supposed to be. Things change as they move it. But Matt Pitts in the 16 car scheduled on the outside of row 3.
And in row number 4, the lone car is supposed to be the 7Z of Shania Neiman. And it's starting to look like Mark Garner decided to move to the rear of the field, which moves the 7Z up to row number 3 on the outside.
Shayna out of Reno, Nevada.
Oh, she's the out-of-towner. Okay.
She is the out-of-towner.
That's why I didn't understand the first name. I'm so sorry to her.
Jimmy Ford on the point, bringing him around, coming to the go zone, but Iceman Tommy Frazier might get that one called back. Waiting to hear from Fabulous Bob if that one's going to be called back or not.
Oh, coming out of turn 2, it looks like it's not going to be called back. Tommy Frazier in the lead, followed by the 60K of Jimmy Ford. And we got a cluster going on behind them. KC Keller trying to go and put the moves on Ford right now, going into turns 1.
Nice to see Jimmy Ford pull down or toe down here. As one car spins around, that is the 16 car of Matt Pitts, and also the 7C of Shayna Neiman. And in comes Mark Garner in the 76A and collects Shayna.
Battering Ram Garner. That's what I'm going to call him for now on.
That all started with the, I believe it was the 16 car. I'm going to watch it on the feed here just to confirm my memory. I will guarantee my memory sometimes forgets. Sometimes my forgetterer remembers, or my forgetterer is better than my rememberer.
Well, what's even worse is when you forget what you forgot. So we're going to go single file right now while we get the lineup straight. Mark Garner coming up the back. On the point is going to be the 12 of Iceman Tommy Frazier, followed by the 60K of Jimmy Ford. Behind them is going to be the 38 is Casey Keller, 16 of Matt Pitts. Behind them is going to be the 325 of Tyler Brown. And the 7Z looks like they're going to be going to the pits. That is Neiman out of Reno. And bringing up the rear is going to be Mark Garner. And Fabulous Bob up on that grandstand giving the double up sign to the guys, and they are going to Texas-style restart, which means Tommy Frazier gets to go on the lead, and Casey Keller gets to choose high or low. Looks like he's going to go and choose the low side, and on the outside is going to be Jimmy Ford. Lights out. We're going to go green this time by. Tommy Frazier leading the pack into 3 and 4, waiting for the green flag to be displayed. They get on the loud hammer. Tommy Frazier coming down, leading into turns 1. Casey Keller and Jimmy Ford doing battle for second. Jimmy Ford's getting a bit of a run on the outside. No, he does not have enough for Casey Keller. He gets up on the wall in mid-stretch.
Guys, man, Tommy Frazier was not out here the last half of the year last year, and good to see him back, and he is running well and trying to hold off Casey Keller. Keller, always a tough one to beat, past champion here at Antioch Speedway in that 38 car, and he is one you always have to watch out for. Jimmy Ford back there in the third spot, fourth is going to be the 325 of Tyler Brown, and at the back it is the 16 car of Matt Pitts. But up front, it is the Iceman, Tommy Frazier, and he is now starting to gap a little bit Casey Keller car.
Yeah, coming out of turn 4, Tommy Frazier going to come to the line, followed by Casey Keller. I don't know, Wiley. It looks like Casey Keller might have a little bit for him coming into the corners, but coming out, it's all Tommy Frazier.
Frazier working better on the exit of the turn for sure, as Keller's driving in a little deeper, and maybe that's part of the problem. He's driving a little too deep and
possibly
not able to get back on the gas as soon as Frazier is. But Frazier's running a higher line too, so he's keeping the momentum up as well.
And behind them right now, there's another dogfight for third. It's going to be between Tyler Brown and Jimmy Ford. They've been battling for the last 2 laps or so. Tyler Brown trying to get past Ford on the inside. Jimmy Ford saying no. And we got 2 to go.
As the Iceman comes up off turn number 2 with about a 4.5 car length lead right now over Casey Keller as they dive into turn number 3. White flag in the air as this car gets a little bit squirrely for the Iceman, but he still has plenty of lead as that battle for third continues. Tyler Brown not able to get right on the rear deck lid of Jimmy Ford, but he tried doing everything he can to do that. Meanwhile, up front, it is the Iceman coming around for the checkered flag.
And checkered flag being displayed right now for Tommy the Iceman Frazier, followed by Casey Keller. Jimmy Ford and Tyler Brown bringing up in 4th. And bringing up the rear of the pack is Matt Pitts in that 16 car. And that will do it for Heat 1 of the Sport Mods.
Beautiful night of racing here at Antioch Speedway. Opening night 2022, the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, IMCA Stock Cars, and the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks. But we're not done yet. We got so much racing this year. You got to check out our schedule on AntiochSpeedway.com, and we're on my Race Pass. Coming up next week, looking forward to this. We are going racing with the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds. The Dwarf cars are going to be here, the Delta Dwarf cars, that is, and the IMCA Stock cars all next Saturday night, March 19th, right here at Antioch Speedway.
Well, what's really interesting, Wiley, is actually, I believe, it, correct me if I'm wrong, but next week is going to be also the opening night for the points races for the South Bay Dwarf cars. So what they're going to be doing is the Deltas and the South Bays are going to be coming together and have a double points night.
Real quick, starting lineup, Dylan Conley in the 6 car. To his outside, Joe Cepedo in the 28 car.
And row number 2 is going to be the 127 of Jacob Mallet Jr., and to the outside is 52, Jason Ryan Jr.
Fast Freddie Ryland inside 3 with Chester Niss beside him, and then Jake Betancourt at the back. Green flag in the air. Dylan Conley on the point down to turn number 1. He gets it through turns number 1 and 2 with the lead. The 127 of Jacob Mallet Jr. down on the low side with on to the outside Pato in that 28P car. As we do have a battle for the lead with Conley keeping right on the very bottom and not letting Jacob Mallet Jr. get underneath him. But this time down into turn number 1, Mallet gets underneath him but has to back out of the gas. Here comes Fast Freddie Ryland. He's going through the middle, and he grabs the lead going into turn number 3.
He thread that needle like you wouldn't believe, and he comes to the line right now leading and gapping. Number 6, Dylan Conley in second, 127 of Jacob Mallet. Jacob Mallet, he's got a nice run coming off of 2. Hopefully he can get. He's going to try to get past, who is he?
Trying to pass Conley as they come up off turn, and he does this time, coming up off turn number 4. Dylan Conley back to third. Now he's got the 28P on his rear deck lid. Now, Jacob Mallet Jr. setting his sights to try and see if he can catch Fast Freddie Ryland. But I'll tell you what, that is a tough hoe to row trying to catch Fast Freddie Ryland when he's got about a half a straightaway lead.
Yeah, say that 10 times fast. Yeah, Fred Ryland coming out of turn 2, Jacob Mallet and Connolly coming out of turns 2, followed by Pato, Ryan, and Niss.
Chester Niss, that is the dad of the Niss boys, running IMCA Sports Modifieds this year in that 28 car. One car spins around in turn number 1. That is the 52 of Jason Ryan Jr. And see if he can get that going. Nope, yellow flag is out as he went down into turn number 1 and looped that thing around, bringing out our yellow flag for heat race number 2 for the IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds. As he is going to pull himself off the racetrack, one and done for the heat races. As Chester Niss coming to a stop down in turn number 1 in that 28 car. Not sure what happened to him, but he Niss in the 28 stopped in the turn number 1. 29B, Jake Betancourt. The Betancourt boys moving up. Jake to this division, the IMCA Sports Modifieds, and Jeff moving up to the IMCA Stock Cars after running in the hobby stock division the last couple of years. So not sure what happened, but they're talking to Chester Niss down there, not pushing him away quite yet.
And it looks like he got it fired off, so he's going to go and drive away into turns 2 and down the back stretch.
Lineup is set as Fast Freddie Ryland on the point. Did not want to see this yellow flag. He had a nice sizable lead over Jacob Mallet Jr., who is now right on his rear deck. Looks like Mallet's going to take the high side, put Dylan Conley down on the low side. Couple of our young guns right there in positions 3 and 4. Now I say that, looks like Mallet's going to move low and put Conley up high, which kind of surprises me.
Well, let's put it this way. He doesn't have many turns to go and make up his mind anymore, so where he is where he's going to stay. And lights are out coming out of turn 4. Fast Freddie Ryland getting on that loud hammer, coming to the green flag, followed by Jacob Mallet, Conley, Pato. And Pato goes around going into turns 1. And he keeps it going, turning it around. We stay green. Fast Freddie Ryland coming out of turn 4, coming to the line.
Ryland up off turn number 4. 2 to go this time by. Jacob Mallet Jr. already has lost about 4 car lengths over the Fast Freddie Ryland car. Dylan Conley trying to keep Mallet Jr. in his sights, but losing ground coming through turns 1 and 2, and is now 3 car lengths back. White flag in the air for Fast Freddie as he comes one more time around.
And heading into turn 1, Fast Freddie, followed by Jacob Mallet Jr., Conley, and Chester Niss is going to give Conley a run for his money for 3rd place. Let's see if he can go and dive into turns 3. Coming out, Fast Freddie Ryland goes and wins, followed by Jacob Mallet, Conley, Niss, Betancourt, and Pato coming out turn 4.
All right, Mike, I know you're new at this, So I'm going to give you a little lesson here. You ready?
Yeah, what is that?
The turns on your right side, that's turns 1 and 2. The turns on your left side, that's turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, I know. That might be why my racing career was so short.
Oh, that may be, huh? You kept confusing them.
Yes.
You were trying to do the crisscross.
Well, and unfortunately, there was a couple times that the race director had to yell at me because I was going clockwise instead of counterclockwise. But that was all in one spot. 0 turn, let's put it that way.
As we are getting ready for heat race number 3 for the IMCA Sport Modifieds with the Squirrel Bree Trowan scheduled to start on the point. Looks like she's going to drop to the back end. Tommy Kleiman's in the 71A starting outside the front row.
And in row number 2, starting in third, is going to be the number 1 of Nick Zapatero. And to his outside is going to be the 22S of Scott Foster.
Kelly Campanelli in the 2 car starting 5th. 6th is going to be the Kid Smooth, Andrew Pierce in the 15P.
And bringing up the rear is supposed to be the 112 of Chuck Golden.
But he's the number 3 now.
He's now the number 3 now. So because the Squirrel elected to go to the rear, that moves Chuck Golden up into the 6th spot.
Puts Nicholas Zapatero on the point in that red and blue car.
Oh, yeah.
New number for him. And also moves up Kelly Campanelli. I was down at the Jim Pettit Memorial last year, and Campanelli was going to be in the main event one way or the other, and she didn't qualify, so she drove the pace car.
Okay.
For the main event with about 5 other ladies.
And green flag out. Zapatero and Tommy Klein is going into 1. Looks like Scott Foster goes around. And let's see if he can keep that thing going. Yes, he does. We stay green.
That's another one of our drivers doing double duty tonight. Has a stock car as well.
And completing lap 1 is going to be Tommy Kleiman's in the lead, followed by Kelly Campanelli. Andrew Pierce moving into the 3rd spot, followed by Zapatero. And it looks like Chuck Golden's having a little off the pace right now. Bree Trowan had to get around him.
Golden almost coming to a stop down the back straightaway. Pierce is another driver doing double duty as Chuck Golden runs over the cone down in turns number 3 and 4. Now see, I'm picking up what you did. That's 3 and 4 over there.
I am so sorry. And it looks like Zapatero tapped the wall a little bit in turns 2. And come to the line, it's going to be Kleiman's, Pierce, Campanelli.
The Squirrel Bree Trowan comes next. Zapatero squirrely down the front straightaway, seesawing on the steering wheel. Scott Foster is next. As Zapatero, that car running up the hill, that car not turning whatsoever. As Tommy Kleiman puts another lap in the books in that 71A Sport Modified with Andrew Pierce not able to make up any ground. Mike, he's kind of holding steady, entering the turn about a car length back and exiting the turn a couple car lengths back.
Yeah, and actually, as we're saying that, Andrew Pierce dives to the inside of Tommy Kleiman. He does not have him, but he's going to cross over to the outside going into turns 1. Loses a little bit, but he is gaining some momentum coming off of the turns.
Our leader, Tommy Kleiman, goes into turn number 3 on the low side. Young Pierce goes into the high side, crosses over, gets underneath him. Pierce is the leader at the line that time as they have to work around the Nicholas Zapatero car as he was leaving the racetrack. But we have a new leader with Kid Smooth, Andrew Pierce down the back straightaway. Into turn number 3, Tommy Kleiman's the handle on that car. Looks like it's going away as here comes Kelly Campanelli with a white flag in the air.
Yeah, white flag in the air. We got Andrew Pierce coming into 1 and 2, followed by Tommy Kleiman's and Campanelli. Campanelli looking like she wants to make a move on Kleiman's right now, but she gets off of it. I think she just touched the back wall a little bit, but it doesn't look like it affected her too much. Coming to the checker flag, we got Andrew Pierce, Tommy Kleiman's, Campanelli, rounding out your top 3. 4th is going to be the Squirrel, Bree Trowan, followed by Scott Foster.
It's going to do it for our IMCA Sport Modifieds. Next up, we got the stock cars. We're going stock car racing up next. We got to wait just a second as we got to get some cars to flip around here as taking a look. Andrew Pierce, who just won that heat race, is in heat race number 1 for the stock cars, so he has to get back there and swap from one car to the other before we can roll these guys out. One of the many drivers doing double duty here tonight for the IMCA Modifieds and Sport Modified drivers, also doing some IMCA stock car racing.
Yeah, who made that lineup? No, I've always questioned that.
I'm not saying a word. I know who does, and she's right over there.
Well, you know what? She can also go after the computer, too, because a lot of this is all electronics. So
you plug the numbers in, and it all depends on what they draw.
Yeah, all based off the pill draw. So looking at this lineup for heat race number 1, it's actually going to look like it's going to be a good one. Got some heavy hitters in this one. You got Andrew Pierce, Kellen Chadwick doing double duty tonight, Travis Dutra, last year's track champion for the stock cars, Rob Gallagher, Jason Roble. Oh, this is going to be a good heat race.
I'd love to see Rob Gallagher in a modified.
Yeah, I would also.
That would be, he runs the hobby stocks and runs these stock cars and does an awesome job. I'd love to see him in a modified, just see what he would do, because they do drive different.
He
does take a different driving style.
I'm actually trying to remember for last year. I think he actually test drove one, or he got into one during a testing tune that we had, and he was pretty fast if I remember correctly.
So talking Rob Gallagher in the X car, we'll have to suggest that to him, see what he can do.
Yeah, kindly coerce him into a modified. Yeah.
And just tell him, hey, if you need me to test drive it first, let me know.
Yeah, that won't happen.
As we get set for heat race number 1 for the IMCA stock cars, let's look ahead a little bit more on our schedule. We gave you next week with the modified, sport modified, stock cars, and the dwarf cars. In 2 weeks, the March 26th, it will be the dwarf cars returning with the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks and the Mini Stocks all in action on March 26th. April 2nd, we have the IMCA Modifieds back, the IMCA Sports Modifieds, Hobby Stocks, and the Hard Tops. Let me correct that, Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks. I do want you to know the schedule last year seemed light on modifieds and sport modifieds racing. That has been corrected this year. They are here much more than they were last year, so that's good if you're a modified IMCA Modified fan. We do have an Easter egg hunt coming up on April 16th. Dwarf cars will be back. The wingless sprint cars will be here, the mini stocks and the WMR midgets. That is a new series that started last year. That, unfortunately, is a series that was making its debut here when the gentleman flipped down the back straightaway and had to be life flighted out.
Slay, yes.
And
if any of you guys remember that wreck from last year, quick update on him. He is actually doing very well. He's getting better. He's back home. It was just unfortunate that he took a ride.
Yes, he did. But glad to hear he is doing well, and glad to have that series back, as that is a new series. They just started it last year and trying to help them out as well. On April 23rd, we have the IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds, the dwarf cars again, the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks, and the wingless sprint cars. Wingless sprint cars did a great job last year. Always had good card counts and put on some great racing. It was nice to see that. And unfortunately did not have the same in another sprint car that I won't talk about any more than that.
Okay.
You
lost me on that one, so.
Yeah. Then we're missing a week here, but April 23rd to May 7th, it is the Mother's Day minivan races. We had so much fun with that last year.
Minivan races, oh, yes.
That was Gabby in one?
I am looking for a minivan.
Yeah?
I just got to coerce her into that, too. Anyways, we got the stock cars.
Notice how quick he changed the subject on that.
Hey, when we go racing, you got to go and turn to that, right?
Dave Hill on the point in the 15A. To his outside, it is Jason Robles in the 78 car.
And bringing in row number 2 on the inside is going to be number 1, Joe Gallagher. And to his outside is going to be the X car of Rob Gallagher.
Gallagher boys in row 2. Row 3, Kellen Chadwick in the 87. Travis Dutra in the 22.
And bringing up the rear is going to be the 15P of Andrew Pierce. Green flag in the air.
Dave Hill gets a good run up off turn number 4, down to turn number 1. He loops it right in front of the field. So far, everyone's able to get away. Joe Gallagher spins to the inside to keep from hitting him. Rob Gallagher had to kind of collect it up. And we stay under the green flag. Jason Robles is our leader as Hill trying to get him out of the way. He does.
All
Get
right.
off the racing surface. We stay under the green as Dave Hill leaving the racetrack. Meanwhile, up front, Jason Robles in that 78 car is our leader, with the 87. Kellen Chadwick is second. Here comes Rob Gallagher looking underneath Chadwick as they come up off turn number 4. That X car did not handle through the center of the turn as well as the 87 did, but Rob Gallagher in the third spot. Fourth is Andrew Pierce. Fifth is Travis Dutra, our 2021 champion, and Joe Gallagher out back.
And bringing you guys back to the front is going to be Jason Robles coming to the line, followed by Kellen Chadwick in that 87, followed by Rob Gallagher going into turn 1 and 2, followed by Andrew Pierce and Travis Dutra. Dutra trying that inside line. It looks like it might be working against. We got Joe Gallagher in the number 1 going around in 1 and 2. He keeps that thing moving. We stay green.
As Robles now starting to get a little more pressure from Kellen Chadwick. Chadwick not there yet, but he's getting closer, and he's holding off Rob Gallagher. He's got to kind of watch both the front and the rear as Gallagher in that X car. Again, that car pushing up at the center of the turn. He's actually losing ground. Loose big time off turn number 4, but the battle for the lead is heating up. And here is Kellen Chadwick. He looks underneath Robles coming up off turn number 2, but gets loose and has to fall back in line and into turn number 3. Jason Robles slips up the hill a little bit, opens up the door. Kellen Chadwick under him, but at the line is still Jason Robles. 2 to go.
Yeah, with 2 to go, Kellen Chadwick still on that door, rear end quarter panel of Jason Robles coming into 3 and 4. Kellen Chadwick dives in. Does he have anything for Jason? He gets to the rear bumper. No, he does not. Coming to the line. 1 to go. Jason Robles in front, followed by Kellen Chadwick and Rob Gallagher.
That battle for the lead coming up off turn number 2. Jason Robles is your leader in that 78 car, trying to pick up where he ended up many times last year in victory lane as he comes up off turn number 4. Checkered flag is about to fly. Kellen Chadwick right down his rear bumper, but Chadwick in second. And Rob Gallagher may have bounced off the wall as Joe Gallagher spins in turn number 1 in front of the leaders after the yellow comes out. Fourth is going to be Andrew Pierce, Kid Smooth. And then we have the 22, Travis Dutra, our 2021 champion. And Joe Gallagher will round out this field for heat race number 1 for the stock cars.
I will say, Wiley, that was actually a really good heat race.
Stock cars, and they always do it.
It is the show.
It is. I mean,
it really
every time
is.
we had them here once last year. They only had 6 cars for the entire event, and they put on a whale of a main.
Yeah, I believe that one even went green to checkered.
Yep.
And there was racing all through 6 cars.
Heat race number 2 getting ready to roll off, and I guess you got to call him a rookie, right? Scott Foster scheduled to start on the point in that 22S. 2 is outside. Jason Jennings in the 42J.
And in row number 2 on the inside, starting third, is going to be the 7J of Fred Ryland. To his outside, another driver doing double duties is the 49, Troy Folger.
Anthony Giuliani in the 15G moving to the stock cars this year. And Jeff Betancourt in the 9S starting in the 6th spot. As these cars roll out, Jason Jennings in that 42J on the outside, as that car had to be repaired majorly last year after a hard crash in the second time out with that car, I think it was. It was one of the first times anyway, as he went hobby stocking to sport mods to the stock cars very quickly. Green flag in the air.
And coming to the green flag, you got Scott Foster taking the lead, diving into 1. Well, as Scott Foster goes around with Jason Jennings, they go and touch noses. They try to keep it going. Both stuck in turn 1 right now. And they get it going. Okay, good. Both cars under their own power. We stay green.
Fast Freddy is our leader coming up off turn number 4, followed by Tricky Troy Folger. Then we have the
15G.
Anthony Giuliani car. My mind went blank there for a second. And Jeff Betancourt, your top 4. Then Scott Foster and Jason Jennings. Foster leaving the racetrack. Jennings almost rear-ended him. Gets on the gas and spins out in turn number 1. Yellow flag is out.
Ooh.
He tried to keep it going.
He tried.
But the leaders were too close, and Fabulous Bob had to throw the yellow. But he really had to, he almost rear-ended Scott Foster as Foster suddenly made his way towards the exit going down.
Yeah, that was definitely a dicey move by Scott to go to the pit entrance there. But and because during the heat races we are 1 and done, Jason Jennings pulling out the yellow flag. He is done for this race. And current lineup looks like they are going Texas style with Fast Freddy on the point.
Fast Freddy It's interesting to hear him talk about driving the sport modified to the stock car. And I'm trying to remember who the other driver was that talked about it, and they're kind of different feels, but they drive differently. They don't drive the same, so it's nice to see it's Fast Freddy running well in both. Green flag back in the air. Fast Freddy on the point down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Anthony Giuliani is second. He got around Tricky Troy Folger going down the front straightaway on the restart. Folger falls back into third, but Folger trying now on the high side into turn number 3. That 49 car crosses over underneath Giuliani as Freddy puts another lap in the books, but Giuliani holding off Fast Freddy Ryland.
And Troy Folger going to try the inside line on Giuliani. Giuliani just, and Folger Giuliani goes and powers through. Folger on the inside again, trying to overtake Giuliani. Coming out of 4, Giuliani holding on to second spot. Folger quickly behind, tries the inside with another crossover.
That battle for second continues up off turn number 2. Giuliani right now with the advantage as they dive into turn number 3. Folger, though, he slips up the hill. That car gets a little squirrely in the middle of 3 and 4, and he has to fall back in line. Now he tries to dive back into turn number 1. Giuliani slips up the hill a little on the high side, but able to hold the momentum, and he stays out in front of Tricky Troy as our leader, Fast Freddy, crosses the line, putting another lap in the books.
Yeah, Wiley, this battle for second is just heating up every lap. Folger going to the inside again, and it is starting to slick off there on the inside. Giuliani holding on to the second spot. Folger on his rear bumper every corner. And we have 2 to go. Fast Freddy Ryland goes and clicks off another lap. Giuliani with Folger diving to the inside again.
Major different lines into turn number 1 for those 2 cars. Giuliani really entering and kind of almost entering straight and then whipping it around. This time now Tricky Troy gets around Giuliani. White flag is out as Fast Freddy coming down the back straightaway, looking to pick up our final checkered flag of the night for the heat races. Fast Freddy up off turn number 4, checkered flag in the air. The 7J once again taking home the win. And Tricky Troy is going to get second. Anthony Giuliani is going to finish third for heat race number 2 for the IMCA stock cars. That's going to do it for our heat races. As we are going to take an intermission here in a minute, and when we come back, we will have the the main events.
Yeah, no B mains tonight. So look forward to those main events.
We got the tractor getting ready to pull out there after the hot laps. It is Gavin Griffiths in the 47 car. If you remember, he, in his heat race, went down and got loose, hit the rear end on the turn 1 wall, and that whipped the car around and into the wall with the front end. But Gavin Griffiths in the 47 car, taking some hot laps before we go to intermission.
And just to remind all of our fans here in the stands that during our intermission, we do invite you over to our Turn 4 concessions. Get yourself a hot dog, corn dog, fries, some burgers. We got it all. Also visit our beer booth. We have some delicious ice-cold beer. Are we still selling Modelo?
Modelo, Corona, Bud Light.
Oh, yeah, we got it all. So make sure you guys make your way to Turn 4 concessions in the beer booth. Get yourself some nice refreshments. And be back for some great main event action.
Thanks for tuning in on Antioch Speedway TV, and thank you here in the stands for being here on this beautiful Saturday night. We'll be back in just a little bit with some more racing action. The main events coming up next here for opening night in 2022 at Antioch Speedway. I'm Wiley Wade.
And I'm Mike Bauer.
Thanks for coming. We'll talk to you in a few.
Check, check.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening night of the 2022 racing season here at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for coming out. What an absolute beautiful night of racing. We got 4 great divisions with the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, IMCA Stock Cars, then the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks. And I have a new broadcast partner with me. I'm Wiley Wade, if you don't know.
And I am Mike Bauer.
And Mike has been around the racetrack for a long time. He's done security around here. He pretends to drive a race car once in a while, a little dwarf car, if you imagine him climbing in the dwarf car. So, Mike, welcome aboard.
Thank you, Wiley. It's great to be here, and I love seeing all you fans here. Thank you for coming out.
Hey, a couple things real quick. Next Saturday night, we're going racing again with the IMCA Modified, Sports Modifieds, the IMCA Stock Cars, and the dwarf cars are going to be here. But, folks, we're going to have a happy hour next week. 3 to 5 happy hour right here at the racetrack down on the south end, which will be the turn one end of things. $5 beer.
$5 beers next week.
Next week. And anytime they're doing
again?
track prep, $5 beer.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to announce next week.
No, you got to. We need you up there.
I don't know.
You can look at it.
$5 beers? I mean,
$5 beer, man.
What do you guys think about $5 beers?
3
That's
to
what I
5
thought.
next week, happy hour.
All right, that sounds good.
Okay. Cannot go wrong with $5 beer.
No, you cannot.
They can't have it, though.
They don't need it.
No, they don't need it? No. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, if you would please rise. Gentlemen, take off your hats. If you're a member of the military or a former member of the military, thank you for your service to your country. If you're a first responder, thank you. Absolutely. If you're a first responder, thank you for your service to your community.
Ladies and gentlemen, Wiley Wade with the Star Spangled Banner National Anthem.
Thank you very much.
Let's give it up one time for these racers that come out here to give you guys the best show on dirt other than the World of Outlaws. I have to say that.
Thank you.
You guys all having fun out there? I can't hear you. What? That's what I want to hear. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is just night one of many nights of racing here at the Antioch Speedway. We got monster trucks coming up this year. We got motorcycle racing. We have all kinds of racing. You don't want to miss it. Every Saturday night here at Antioch Speedway. Gates open at 4 o'clock. Racing action begins at 6 o'clock, and we want to see you here. We are having Antioch Speedway TV, but that's changing a little bit this year. After this, it will be tape delayed. You'll be able to see it in a few days after the races. If you want to see things live, you got to be here on Saturday nights for all the racing action. As we get set for the Hobby Stocks, the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks about ready to roll out. Let's hear some noise for our Hobby Stocks. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get set for racing action, main event for the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks getting ready to roll off. As we are going to have 23 cars start this main event tonight. We're not doing the B main. We're just going to start them all, Mike.
Yeah, I guess a couple cars decided to drop out before this main, so you guys get a nice little A main tonight.
As we get set, they're going to roll off at the back of the pack in the 23rd starting spot. Out of Concord, California to 74A, it is Judy Arth.
And in row 11, starting 22nd, is going to be the X car of Bobby Gallagher. To the inside is going to be the 16 of Adam Kajala.
Ken Johns, multiple-time winner here at Antioch Speedway in a hobby stock out of Antioch, California. The 32 car starts 20th. 19th, it is the Thimble, Anthony Vini out of Concord in that 54 car.
And starting in the 18th starting position is going to be the 3 car of Joel Crandall. And to her inside is going to be the 47 of Gavin Griffiths.
16th, Shelby Asher making her first start here tonight. The 24 JR out of Antioch, California. And to her inside, it is Jeremy Gove out of Chico, California in the 22L.
And starting in the 14th starting position is going to be the 44G of James Graisley. To his inside is going to be the 45 of Gene Haney.
Colton Haney starts in the 12th spot outside row number 6 in that 46 car. To his inside, Taylor DiCarlo in the 17T out of Martinez, California.
And the next row up in the 10th starting position is going to be the 07 of Jared Baugh. And to his inside is going to be the 47X of Angela Brown.
The 8th starting spot, Danny Aves in the 2X, winner earlier tonight in the heat race with Les Friend to his inside out of Galton, California in that 42F.
And starting in the sixth position is the 24M, the 2021 track champion, 24M, Larry McKenzie Jr. And to his inside is going to be the 75 of Misty Welborn.
In the 71A, she had a great run in her heat race, ended up in the wall after the checkered flag, and none too happy for it out of Oakland, California. Michaela Taylor in the 71A. To her inside, the 99 car out of Antioch, California. That's Chris Law.
And on the first row of your starting grid, starting in the second position, is the 23 of Jess Palladino. And to his inside, starting on the pole position, is the 225 of Aiden Ponciano.
A couple young drivers up on that point.
I tell you what, Wiley, that starting first row is going to be very interesting.
Michaela Taylor looks like she's going to go to the back of the pack after scheduled to start in the 4th spot.
That's interesting.
Not sure. Maybe she's worried about if anything got damaged when she hit the wall down there at the end of her heat race. Not sure what's going on there.
I don't know.
But Michaela Taylor in the 71A falling to the back of the pack in this 23-car field. But as we were talking about, a couple young guns up on the point, Aiden Ponciano, Jess Palladino. Jess, our 2020 mini stock champion, moved up last year to the hobby stocks, and he just could not get the handle on the car, and they found in the offseason it was the car, it wasn't Jess. That was the problem.
I'll be honest, Wiley, I kind of worked with him a little bit last year as I was working in the pits and stuff. For them to say that, him having those issues with the car and all that, I think he did fairly good.
Oh, yeah.
With having those kind of things. Oh, first-time rookie, first time in the car with all the car troubles. He did pretty good.
5 or 6 events, couldn't catch a break. Something broke before things even started.
Oh, most definitely.
So as we get set for that.
And our fabulous Bob up there in the flag stands giving these drivers the double up sign. We are getting ready to go hobby stock racing.
Getting the cars lined up, getting set to go. As we get ready for the wave lap. If you're not familiar with this, as they come around next time by, I'm going to ask you to stand up, jump up and down, make lots of noise as we wave to the drivers to thank. Thanks for getting out there and racing for our enjoyment. As it comes around, ladies and gentlemen, get on your feet, wave your hands, your hats, jump up and down. Let's make lots of noise. Let's give it up for our Pacific Coast Hobby Stock drivers.
As a courtesy.
What?
Lights out, coming around to the green flag this time.
As a courtesy.
That's the magic box. Coming around, Aiden Ponchiano with the control of the field on that low side. Gets to the go zone and stops the gas. Ponchiano with a great run. Jeff Palladino follow back as he now 4 wide into turn number 1 with Misty Welborn and Jess Palladino in the middle of that sandwich with Friend and Mackenzie on the outside. But right now, look at Les Friend working his way up, all the way up to battling for second as Chris Long has the lead on lap number 1.
Yeah, Chris Long going into turns 1 and 2. Les Friend getting a huge run on Aiden Ponchiano. Les Friend comes out in second. Aiden Ponchiano followed by Misty Welborn and Angela Brown tie up your top 5. Angela Brown, she's making some good moves up here right now on Misty Welborn. They're coming down to the checkered. Sorry, not the checkered. Wow, tongue-tied.
Chris Long on the point, leading the way as we are a long ways away from having a checkered flag.
Yes, we are.
But that's okay. We have to give the new guy the hard time here. As we're looking at the leaders already into lap traffic as he is now working his way around Michaela Taylor. Sets his sights on, that's the 9Z car, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that's Shelby Asher in the 24.
I'm sorry, yeah, the 24, okay. I like that. I like that wrap on that car. That's
so do
a
I.
looking car.
Yeah.
As he is now, Chris Long getting pressure from behind the Les Friend. Asher almost in the fence on turn number 2. Aiden Ponchiano has to turn it hard to the left to avoid Asher as he gets slideways coming up off turn number 2. Asher down on the inside. Battle for the lead has backed off a little bit as Chris Long now has a comfortable 2.5 car length lead over Les Friend, but that can evaporate in a hurry. Long with some space before he gets to the next lap car. So those top 2 pulling away from Aiden Ponchiano down the back straightaway into turn number 3.
And we got one car turned around in turn number 2. That is Angela Brown. She keeps it going. Appears we're going to go and stay green as she tries to get back onto the racing surface. We got some action going on up in turns 3 and 4. Larry McKenzie on the high, or that's Anthony Vigna coming around. Joel Crandall and Rob Gallagher kind of getting into it going into turn 1. Joel Crandall moves ahead.
Back on that Angela Brown spin. That was brought on contact with the 23 of Jess Palladino. Palladino now has the front bumper hanging off just the cover, the front bumper cover. Say that 10 times fast, will you? Hanging off on the side, but that's not no harm, no foul at this point in time. As our leaders are in traffic once again, and Hobby Stocks running hard as the battle for the lead coming up off turn number 2. Les Friend down on the inside. Chris Long. Long has a problem. His motor loses the engine or loses fire. Now flames coming out his tailpipes. I think he may have just toasted a motor there as flames continue to come out of the tailpipes of that race car.
And we got another car.
Bobby Gallagher over there in turn number 2. Yellow flag.
Yellow flag out on the racing surface as Rob Gallagher goes around in turn 2.
That's Bobby.
Oh, that's Bobby.
Bobby Gallagher.
That's Bobby Gallagher.
That's the son.
That's the son. Okay. We'll get the family all sorted out.
The son and the grandson.
Yeah.
It's the same thing because Grandpa is driving the one stock car. Dad's driving the X stock car. And he's driving the X hobby stock.
Yeah. Yeah. Trying to figure that out. We do need playing cards with all these families that race out here, which is awesome, by the way. We are a family.
This is a family sport. Love seeing the kids that are here on this beautiful Saturday night.
And as the yellow is out on the field, Chris Long getting pushed off.
Man, losing the lead and losing possibly the motor. I'll check with him after the event. But Chris Long, 99, running strong in that 99 car and ends up getting pushed to the pits. Bobby Gallagher.
Why did I do that?
Got pushed away. Why do I hear myself? I sound really good. That's him. That's Mike. He's a new guy. We haven't pulled the rookie flags off him yet.
No, not at all. And while we're under yellow flag, we would like to go and wish a Mike Briggs a happy 50th birthday. If the crowd would go crazy for Mike Briggs, happy 50th birthday today.
Mike, happy birthday. Where are you, Mike? Stand up, jump up and down, make lots of noise, make a fool of yourself. Where are you at, Mike?
I think he's to our left behind the door. If he's with Chris.
Well, no wonder we can't see him. He's behind the door.
You have X-ray vision, don't you?
No.
Oh,
I turned
okay.
it off for tonight.
It's
We
probably
also
a
have
good
another birthday.
Yes, we do. We would love to wish a track employee by the name of Larry Adams. I'm sure you guys all know him. Let's go and give a big shout out to Larry Adams. He will not tell me his age, but we know he's younger than dirt.
Not quite. Older than dirt, but I can't say much because I think he's older than me. I'm pretty sure he's older than me, so he's old. I'll leave it like that.
He's got the same hair count.
All right, so Dad, Rob Gallagher down on the front straightaway giving hand signals to son Bobby as he's getting set. He's in the last main event as the stock cars will run last here tonight. But the Gallagher boys representing well San Jose here tonight in both the IMCA stock cars and the hobby stock division. That yellow was officially tagged as Bobby Gallagher's yellow, so he has one more. If he does bring out a yellow again, he will be done for the night, 2 and done for the main events. Up next, we have the IMCA Modifieds coming out after our Pacific Coast Hobby Stock main event.
It's going to take a while to get used to that.
Yes.
And race fans, just so you guys know, the hobby stocks, they had a bit of a rule change last year. Instead of going Texas style restarts, they actually start double file on all restarts.
That is thanks to you fans. There was a vote taken, a
penny
vote
for your
or
thoughts.
A poll taken, penny
Yeah.
for your thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone gave a penny, everyone that gave a penny, it wasn't a real penny, just for your thoughts, chose the side-by-side, and I think that was a great option. I think that has worked out really well. The drivers don't always like it because the leader liked having the row to himself.
That is
but
true.
from a on-track competition from the fans sitting butts here, that is the best option right there, side-by-side restart.
Yes, most definitely.
Les Friend on the point with Aiden Ponciano in the second spot. Third is going to be Larry McKenzie, our 2021 champion. Fourth is going to be Misty Welborn. Fifth is going to be Danny Aves. Sixth is going to be James Gracely. Seventh will be Taylor DiCarlo. Then we have Jewel Crandall. Then that is Jess Palladino. Jared Baugh. Nope, there's Danny Aves. Who did I call Danny Aves up there?
I think, no, that's Thimble. That's Anthony Vigna. To the inside
Vigna's
of row
up
3.
there?
That's Vigna. Yeah.
How did he do that?
You know what? We said
Did he
that
get
all
last-
last year also. I don't know.
Wow. I forgot he hasn't finished the other side of his car yet.
Yeah, I was going to say I need to remind him that he needs to get a new wrap or actually paint the car.
Some duct tape, 5-4.
Hey,
or just paint a thimble on there. Angie made him a thimble once. He needs to put it on the door.
He
All
really
right, we're
does.
going racing next time by. Lights are out. It is Les Friend with control of the field. He chooses the low side. The leader does have the choice between low side and high side. Ignore the scoreboard. That's not correct. We have to his outside is Aiden Ponciano. Les Friend gets on the gas early.
and here comes McKenzie giving Ponciano a run for his money going into 1. And it looks like McKenzie's going to edge him out, but there's a slight crossover. Is Ponciano going to do it? No.
Misty Welborn tried getting in there, and she got into the back of Aiden Ponciano, not able to do anything about it. She had to get off the gas. Debris got a bumper on the back straightaway. That will bring out the yellow flag.
Uh-oh. Who lost a bumper?
So that means we are going to revert to the previous lap because we did not get a full lap in before the yellow came back out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, who lost the bumper? I don't know. These Camaros, they don't have rear bumpers, so.
That is going to be, I think that's blah, 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 blah. Where's the X car? That is Bobby Gallagher's bumper.
Oh, Bobby.
It was kind of hanging there after his spin over there in turn number 2, and now it is laying on the exit of turn number 2. Next week, or next time he comes back, it'll be back on.
Hopefully. There's nothing a couple rivets can't fix.
Little duct tape.
Yeah.
Razor
Duct tape's
tape.
my friend.
Yeah. Michaela Taylor, not sure what has happened to her, but she is in the infield out of this main event. So we will have to tell Shelby a little outline on her numbers will help us a great deal because 24 is a little hard to see.
I 100% agree. It's almost as bad as Vigna.
Anthony Vigna in the 54 car inside row number 3. Coming out of nowhere. I'm not sure where he came from. He climbed from
Climbed from 19th.
yeah, all the way up. So
Yeah. Well, it just goes to show you, race fans, that no matter your starting position, you can always move your way to the front, even by magic.
all right, 8 laps down, 25 is the distance on the main event here tonight for the Hobby Stocks. Bring it around, Les Friend, nice and slow. He picked up a little early last time. See if he does it again or if he's going to wait. Nope, he gets up a little bit later than he did last time, a couple car lengths. Gets Larry McKenzie. McKenzie falls back in line in second. Down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Les Friend is our leader. Larry McKenzie second. Here comes Misty Welborn. She works her way around Aiden Ponciano that time. And Vigna now sets his sights, getting on the inside of Ponciano. They touch going into turn number 3. Vigna was hard on the brakes, trying not to hit him. Les Friend puts another lap in the books. 9 down with out of 25 here tonight for the main event.
And coming down the backstretch, Les Friend taking with the lead. Larry McKenzie.
Lindsey McKenzie, huh?
Lindsey McKenzie, you know. Anyways, McKenzie makes a hard dive on the inside. He's going to go into turn number 1 on the inside off Les Friend. He loops it, of course.
See if he can get that thing. No, yellow flag is going to come out.
Yeah. He pushed it just a little too hard going into 1. Hit a little dry spot, and well, rubber doesn't like loose dirt.
Now Michaela Taylor back on the racetrack.
What? Oh, okay.
So not sure what's going on with that car. Did that lap count, Andrea? 10 down. 15 to go. I can do that math. 10 minus a number. It's 15. It's too early in the season to have to do that math.
I'm glad you can. I can't count past 10, Wiley. So
Take your socks and shoes off, huh?
That's about all I can do. I ask my daughter all the time, hey, hold up an extra thumb.
Then he has to put his shoes back on and tie them.
Yep. And we got Larry McKenzie. It looks like he is up.
Got it refired.
Got refired going clockwise, but it'll work.
So have you raced anything besides a dwarf car? What's your racing experience as we have a moment to kill?
Legally?
Yeah, because I don't want to get into some of the stuff I've done.
I did get behind the wheel of a modified once 15 some odd years ago. Didn't do actual racing itself, but drove a little bit behind a modified, got my feet wet in that, and just realized modifieds are expensive. And as a 17-year-old working as a oil changer, wouldn't quite pay off.
No. Modifieds are fun.
They are. Tricky.
You just have to have deep pockets.
Very deep pockets or major sponsors.
Yes. Les Friend on the point takes the low side. Look who has climbed her way up to the second spot. Misty Welborn up there at second. Aiden Ponciano third with Anthony Vigna up to fourth. Fifth is Jewel Crandall. What a great run for her. Jared Baugh in the sixth spot. There are a couple, if I'm not mistaken. James Gracely is next with Taylor. Now you got me doing it. Taylor DiCarlo. Oh, outside of row number 4, inside of row number 5. That is Jess Palladino with Angela Brown rounding out the top 10. Gene Haney back there in the 11th, but green flag in the air. Les Friend comes up off turn number 4. Misty Welborn not able to keep up with him. Looks like he got her snookered just a little bit, and she didn't quite get the start that he did, but she is staying in second as one car spins around. That is the 3JC of Jewel Crandall. She's losing a whole bunch of spots, but battle for the lead up off turn number 4. Misty Welborn looking to the outside, and her car just doesn't exit the turn quite as well as Les Friend did that time, and he gathers a car length or so over Misty. But here they come up off turn number 2. Battle for the lead down the back straightaway.
And we got a car around in turn 2. That was the 44G of James Gracely. Didn't quite see what happened. More than likely hit that dry spot that's in the middle of 1 and 2. But once again, rubber tires do not like slick dirt. Don't know why.
Not the way these are designed. So he gets that rolled down to the inside. Taking a look, see if we caught anything on the video with our. Got to say thanks to Bob and Kevin. The Bob and Kevin show is back. He just lost, or no, that was Jewel. She just lost it on her own. But the Bob and Kevin show, they actually had T-shirts made up for the Bob and Kevin show.
Yeah, you know, they call it the Bob and Kevin show, but I've yet to see the actual show. Have you?
Oh, I've seen it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Huh.
It's top secret. It also happens on Sunday mornings as well.
Oh, Lord. You got me scared on that one.
They go have fun. But thanks, Bob and Kevin, camera guys, and helping us get this thing up on the stream. Want to say thanks to our officials down on the infield for all the work that they do. Thanks to all the Rich, our race director, Andrea, our timing and scoring. Mike, thank you for joining me up here at the booth.
Yeah,
appreciate
Thanks
that.
for having me.
And thank you all you fans, both on Antioch Speedway TV and here in the stands. Thank you very much. And Larry McKenzie, our birthday boy, or excuse me, Larry Adams, our birthday boy, thank you very much for all you do as he works. Yeah, I see you down there. Hi, Larry. He goes above and beyond and does a lot around here in many different areas and more than he's asked for. And I do want to say thanks to Larry. He's a great guy and a pain in the ass all at the same time.
A pain in the what? Yeah, that's putting that mildly. No, we all love Larry. And we'd also like to thank Tina and Chad Chadwick,
Yes.
our promoters here. They do a fantastic job in the offseason getting this track ready to go.
And thanks for all the racers coming out. Green flag in the air once again. Les Friend down on the low side. This time, Misty Welborn. Messy. I did that again. I call her Messy every once in a while. I'm just going to knock me out one of these days. Misty Welborn gets a great restart, staying side by side. Down into turn number 3, side by side with Les Friend. Welborn on the high side, pushes up just a little bit in the center of the turn, but gets a great run off turn number 4 at the line is still Les Friend.
And diving into 1 and 2, Les Friend gets a little loose in turn 2. Misty Welborn taking the lead, followed by Les Friend, obviously, and the 225 of Aiden Ponciano coming to the line. New leader, Misty Welborn, followed by Les Friend and Aiden Ponciano.
She was nervous. I talked to her real quick before we came up to the booth. And I asked her how she was feeling, and she goes, "I'm nervous." As Vina
Hits the
the
wall.
thimble, bouncing off the wall over there, and loses a couple spots. He continues on, but Misty Welborn put another lap in the books. If my count is right, we're 13 laps in.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That sounds about right. Okay, yeah.
And Misty Welborn and Les Friend coming out of 2, getting into some slower traffic with Michaela Taylor coming up on Shelby Asher. Coming to the line. Misty Welborn holds on to the first position.
She's down a mister still.
I said Misty. I'm about ready to put this out to a poll to you fans. Anyways, go ahead.
Well, we got video evidence. We'll go back. Misty coming up off turn number 4. Les Friend and Misty had to split Asher down into turn number 3. 15 laps in the books, 10 to go, according to my unofficial count, as they now have Gavin Griffiths, who hit the wall both front and rear earlier in his heat race, and he is just kind of limping around here tonight. Normally that car a bit faster than it is right now. Further back, we're going to take a look. Aiden Ponciano, then Jared Baugh, back to Taylor DiCarlo. Then we have Anthony Vina trying to get under DiCarlo as they battle side by side up off turn number 4. Larry McKenzie has climbed his way back up into 6th spot as Vina gets loose into turn number 1 and loses a couple spots. McKenzie gets around him as well. Then Angela Brown, Jess Palladino, Bobby Gallagher, Danny Ames, Joel Crandall, James Gracely, and Colton Haney and Gene Haney. And that rounds out your field rundown right now behind Michaela Taylor back there as well, running much slower than the rest of the field. Battle for the lead off turn number 4. Misty Welborn still has it, but here comes Les Friend.
And coming out of 2 down the back stretch, Les Friend trying to give Misty Welborn all he can to take back that lead, but Misty is just gunning it through these corners, and Les coming down to the line. We got to spin out. It's Shelby Asher in turn 1. Joel Crandall slide. Les Friend goes around. Whoo, we got a lot going on in turn 1 tonight.
That actually started, I think, with Vina. He almost hit the wall. I think Asher got out of the gas to try to avoid Vina. She spun, and then cars just started scattering everywhere.
Yeah, I did see Vina a little loose on the high side there for a second. Whew. Well, we are under yellow flag now.
Yes. He's going to bunch them back up, see what Misty decides to do on this restart.
Yeah. I think
Friend will get the spot back.
Friend will get a spot back, yes.
Because he was not the real. He spun after the yellow came out, I believe.
I believe that is correct.
Again, I'm not the official scorer.
That is true.
So I'm just saying what I think, and Andrea will correct me if I'm wrong. Looking at that as...
And I'm looking at Jared Baugh right now. He's got some damage on that right front. I don't know where that came from.
Most likely somebody's left rear.
Maybe. You never know with hobby stocks where the damage comes from.
So Misty Welborn, Les Friend, Aiden Ponciano, Jared Baugh,
Taylor
DiCarlo, Anthony Pena, Angela Brown, Larry McKenzie, Jess Palladino, Gavin Griffiths, Bobby Gallagher, Danny Ames, Jewel Crandall, Tyler McKenzie. I'm just giving you the rundown the way they're running on the track physically at the moment. Gene Haney, James Gracely, Colton Haney, and Shelby Asher. What did she want you to call her? What was the nickname she wanted you to use?
Not doing it. Not doing it, Wiley. She told me that nickname, and I just flat out threw my hands up and said no. It's nothing bad. I just don't feel comfortable saying it over the air. And we got Michaela Taylor in 3 and 4 right now, totally off the pace, but we'll see what happens there, catching the rear of the field.
19 down, 6 to go in this 25-lap main event. Misty takes the high side. Smart move on her part, I think. That car seems to be running much better on that high side. She's getting around there much better. Less friends down on the low side.
Yeah, to kind of go with that, I've been watching the track, and I think the high side's got the moisture right now. Everyone that's been running, especially in 1 and 2, the low side is just slicked off, and these tires are not liking it. So we got the 1 to go sign. Misty Welborn taking them to the green on this lap.
Six laps remain. If you're looking at getting into hobby stocks, don't forget we have the Hobby Stock Nationals coming up in October. Huge money for hobby stocks. And we're going to be doing it again. More money this year, I believe.
Yeah, that's the rumor. Last year was a really good turnout. And we got Misty Welborn and Les Friend. Les Friend kind of jumped the gun, but they're coming to the green. Green stays out. Misty is just off the pace, going down the front stretch as of right now. And with that, the yellow comes out as Misty did not hit that go pedal. Don't know what happened there, but
well, they hadn't gotten to the go zone yet. Les Friend was starting where he normally had started, which was well before the cone. And Misty was the leader. It was hers to start.
Yeah, it is her choice. Yeah. So we are going to line them up, get them reset, and we're going to try it again.
So Misty is the leader, and she did the right thing, holding off, not letting him get away with it.
Most definitely, and just watching Misty right now, I think she's just going to run the pace from half a track ahead, but we'll see what happens here.
Trying to get him to speed it up to catch up with her. She's slowing down back there. There are games that are played on restarts.
Oh, restarts are nothing but games, especially on the front row. And they're tricky, especially if you're in the second spot, because you don't know what that pole sitter is going to be, or that, pole sitter front is going to do. And unfortunately, as second place, if you choose wrong, you're the one that gets penalized.
Yep, exactly. So Misty's now at the head of the field where she's supposed to be. Again, 6 laps remain in this 25-lap main event for the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks. Thanks again to the Pacific Coast General Engineering for stepping up and sponsoring the Hobby Stock division here for the 2022 season. I know they were an integral part in the national event we had last year, and they wanted to step up their support of this division. This is a awesome division. They always put on great shows, great car counts here at Antioch Speedway for the hobby stocks. I think we have the week to week, we have the best hobby stock car count of any track in California.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Plus, we also have probably some of the best hobby stock drivers in the state up here.
Coming around, green flag. Green flag. I turned my mic off as I'm talking. Green flag in the air. Misty Welborn this time starts at the right spot. It is night number 1, folks, and we're having fun. Misty Welborn on the point. Les Friend back in second. Jared Baugh with his damaged right front in third. He gets punted from behind by Anthony Vigna. A hello, I'm coming at you kind of move.
And we got some more in the back of the pack. Jess Palladino a little slower, but we got Rob Gallagher and Angela Brown getting into the back of Jess Palladino. But they get that all sorted out.
Bobby Gallagher.
Bobby.
As Misty coming up off turn number 4, battle for the lead. As Les Friend, about a car length and a half back, they have the slower car of Michaela Taylor. They're going to come across on the back straightaway as they clear her. Down into turn number 3, that 75 car looks faster than it has all race long, but Les Friend looks fast as well as that battle for the lead comes up.
Yeah, well, I decided to interject, but we got Aiden Ponciano on the backstretch in a big old plume of smoke. He comes to rest in turn 3.
A lot of oil, a lot of fluid down
Yes.
on the back straightaway as well. Not what you want to see on opening night.
Any night, honestly,
Yeah.
but yes, especially on opening night.
Ponciano, a family legacy driver.
Yes. I was
Me
gonna say, I
Megan
believe it was-
Ponciano races. His grandpa races
Yep.
or has raced in the past.
Has raced, yeah. I haven't seen. I think Megan came out last year and had a grudge match with, I believe it was Michaela.
Now she ran with her against
Oh,
Tommy.
You're right. I believe
It was Jewel and. Now she just came out and ran a couple races in
Is
his
that what
car.
it was?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She wasn't part of the grudge matching.
Now that's one thing I want to know though. Are these grudge matches coming back?
I hope so. That was.
I
fun.
do too. Yeah. I mean, I've already been called out in the dwarfs, which is scary.
Well, yours is a Flintstone car.
Well, I'm just saying.
You're not doing horsepower. You're doing foot power.
But that's about right. Yes.
Going to have the cars run through the fluid back on the back straightaway. Up next, the IMCA Modifieds getting ready to take their first race of the 2021 or 2022 season. There, man, got all the way this far, saying 2022, and I just messed it up.
3 months, Wiley.
Yeah.
3 months.
3. 2.5. If it was full 3, I'd be good. 2.5, no, I'm screwed. Opening night, duh.
Well, I'll talk to you tomorrow about daylight savings, how mad that you got messed up with that.
Oh, man, I'm losing an hour of sleep tonight. What the hey? Don't forget, folks, set your clocks ahead 1 hour, or otherwise you're going to be late.
Not me. I work nights. Mid-shift, so that means I get off an hour early.
Yeah. I'd say you lose an hour, but you're the owner.
Yeah.
Or do you dock yourself an hour?
I don't know.
That was the one thing back in my radio days. I'd end up working on daylight savings time overnight, and then in the fall I'd earn an extra hour of pay. In the spring I'd lose an hour of pay. And back then I was young 20s, and every hour mattered at that point.
Even in my position with the company, every hour matters. I mean, it's the difference between overtime and all that. But usually what I do is I just let it even itself out during the year.
Yep.
I mean, what are you going to do?
As we work through that fluid over there down the back straightaway into turn number 3, Misty Welborn is our leader. Les Friend is second. Third is Jared Baugh. Fourth is she's not running fourth, I don't think, but she's sitting there. It's Jewel Crandall. I don't think she's actually running fourth. Angela Brown comes next in line. Bobby Gallagher behind Angela. I'm going to be driving that 47 car, Mike.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I'm going to drive that 47X car. Angela Brown's car is going to get me behind the wheel.
Bless her heart.
I used to drive modifieds and dwarf cars.
Yeah, so did I 15 plus years ago. These aren't modifieds.
These aren't. I've never driven a hobby. I've driven modifieds. I've driven sport modifieds. I've driven dwarf cars. I have not driven a hobby stock.
Yeah. Well, and these aren't even hobby stocks of the old days anymore.
No.
These are almost like a sport mod in a hobby stock body.
I did own a hobby stock that never had a motor put in. I had to sell it because I moved to California. But I had it. I owned it, and it was a metric car.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it was post 73 then.
It was post 73.
Yeah.
It was a old Monte Carlo.
Oh, okay. There you go.
All right. 1 to go signal at the stand. Again, Misty Welborn has control of the field. Les Friend is second on that inside. See what kind of games we get going here. We got 21 laps in the books. That means 4 laps remain in this 25-lap main event for the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks. And coming around, picking him up just a little bit. Misty gets on the gas early. Les Friend down on the low side, trying to stay next to her. She gets a great run up off turn number 4, down the front straightaway. Into turn number 1, Misty Welborn out in front again. Can she hold off Les Friend for 3.5 more laps and take home her first main event win here tonight for opening night of 2022?
Can you believe it, Wiley, that this is going to happen?
I'm hoping, because I'm going to be so excited in her review.
Oh, so will I. Yes. Misty Welborn into 1, followed by Les Friend, Joel Crandall, and Jared Baugh doing a little bit of dueling right now. Coming down the backstretch into turns 3. Baugh a little slower going in.
Coming out in the front straightaway, 2 to go. As Misty Welborn now getting a little pressure from Les Friend. Les Friend looks underneath, coming up off turn number 2. Down the back straightaway. He's got the bumper on the inside into turn number 3. Can she hold him off? White flag is out. She gets loose coming up off turn number 4. May have gotten a little bit of tap from Les Friend. Down into turn number 1. Les Friend in her wheel track. She slips up the hill a little bit. Can she hold him off? Off turn number 2. She's picking up a little bit of space between her and Les Friend. Down the back straightaway into turn 3. Misty Welborn spread it out into turn number 3. She gets loose on the exit of turn number 4. Misty Welborn's going to take home the win. Les Friend second.
Rob, yeah.
Bobby
Gallagher in third. Misty Welborn and Les Friend exchanging congratulations. So the final looks like it's going to be Misty Welborn, Les Friend, Bobby Gallagher, Sam Baugh. I don't even have official here. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Misty Welborn.
Clearing the scales. Driving that 75 car around. Finding her way for the very first time to victory lane. Coming to a stop, helmet's already off. Misty Welborn getting ready to climb out of a race car. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present for the first time winner at Antioch Speedway or anywhere, Misty Welborn. Misty, come around front here. Misty, I have been waiting for a long time for this, and I told you, last fall, you're going to win a race this year. I thought you were going to do it last fall. You did it. Night number 1, 2022. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And you went out there. Come on around here real quick. You went out. You had to work around Les Friend. And that The first restart when you started outside that front row, he got you. And you learned, and the next one, you didn't let him get away.
No, didn't. I had to give it everything I had. I had to trust the car. My husband does an amazing job at putting this car together. And it's up to me, and Dutra taught me everything I know about driving. And this was amazing. I am not the first loser! Woo!
So your last restart, you had 4 to go. What were your thoughts at that point?
Just hold it together. And I was just practicing on relaxing, hitting my lines, and a lot of footwork. It was very slippery out there today, but my car liked it, so I just adjusted. I avoided some stuff, and wow. Holy cow, I can't believe I'm standing here!
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, guarantee not the last time, the winner of tonight's Pacific Coast Hobby Stock main event, Misty Welborn. Congratulations.
Thank you, Wiley. Congratulations, Misty. Fans, one more time for Misty Welborn. We cannot give her enough praise for this one. Up next, we're going to have the IMCA Modifieds. We have a very...
Reminder, folks, we got some happy hour action taking place next Saturday night from 3 to 5 in the south end of the racetrack. That's the turns 1 end of the racetrack. $5 beer. Anytime they're doing track maintenance, $5 beer. And it can all be yours. Next Saturday night, 3 to 5, happy hour here at Antioch Speedway. It's going to be a great time. You don't want to miss it. The IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, IMCA Stock Cars, and the Dwarf Cars, Delta Dwarf Cars, all in action next Saturday night here at Antioch Speedway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, up next, IMCA Modified action. Here at Antioch Speedway, line up. Did I catch my breath? Looking like this, Nick DiCarlo. Well, start at the back. Terry DiCarlo Sr. out of Martinez. In the 17T, starting in the 11th spot.
Starting in the 10th spot of the 5th row, outside is going to be the 49 of Tricky Troy Folger. On the inside is going to be the U81 of Bobby Motts.
Row number 4 in the A spot out of Rio Vista, California, the 78K, Kenneth Robles. To his inside, starting alongside one of the best in the business out of Salinas, California, the 2 car. It's Bobby Hogue, the 4th.
Starting in the 3rd row on the outside is going to be the 17 JR of Terry DiCarlo Jr. And to his inside, another one of the best in the business, the number 6, Jim Pettit the 2nd.
Row number 2 in the 2C on the outside. It is in the 4th starting spot out of Brentwood, Trevor Clemens. To his inside out of Orville, California, in the 22L, Chris Lewis.
And starting in the 1st row on the 2nd position is the 83 car, Kellen Chadwick. And starting on the pole position, that is the 1st place position on the start. That is the 17 of Nick DiCarlo.
A dangerous spot for the field for Nick DiCarlo on the point.
Oh, you got plenty of cars behind him that are hungry.
Yes, they are.
Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here.
Modifieds.
Let's get it started. Let's get it started.
Lights are out. We're going green flag racing. Nick DiCarlo on the point. Kellen Chadwick to his outside. Chris Lewis, Trevor Clemens, row 2. Jim Pettit, Terry DiCarlo Jr., row 3. Bobby Hogue, Kenneth Robles, row 4. Row 5, Bobby Motts Jr., Tricky Troy Folger, and Terry DiCarlo in the back of the pack. Green flag in the air. Kellen Chadwick on that high side. Makes that high side pay off. Gets up off turn number 4, down to turn number 1. First, Chadwick, Nick DiCarlo, Terry DiCarlo. Jim Pettit works his way up. He's on the battle for third, going down the back straightaway into turn number 3.
Coming out of 4, we got Kellen Chadwick putting on a show with Nick DiCarlo. We got some beating and banging. Jim Pettit, Terry DiCarlo. Ooh, a whole cluster. 4 cars into 1 and 2. Folger in the back of Terry DiCarlo.
That is DiCarlo Jr., just to specify.
Junior, yes.
As the leader, Chadwick, up off turn number 4. Nick DiCarlo all by himself there. And then Jim Pettit got some damage from Terry DiCarlo Jr. on that right side. Doesn't look like it hurt his car. Tricky Troy Folger in the 4th spot. That 22L. Chris Lewis in the 5th spot. 6th is going to be Terry DiCarlo Jr. 7th, Bobby Hogue. 8th is Trevor Clemens. 9th is Terry DiCarlo Sr. Then we got Bobby Motts, and at the back of the pack, it is Kenneth Robles. That's your running order.
And once again, Kellen Chadwick in the lead, followed by Nick DiCarlo. Jim Pettit is putting on good lap times tonight. Him and, was that Folger? Jim
Folger.
Pettit and Folger, yeah. Couldn't tell from the angle there, but Jim and Troy are going at it for the 3rd place position, coming out of 2 down the backstretch.
As the leader just continues to walk away, we're going to keep watching that 3rd place battle as Jim Pettit holding off Tricky Troy. Troy had to get out of the gas right there in the center of the turn, Mike, as he tried to make a dive underneath, and the front end of that car suddenly washed up a little bit. He had to get out of the gas and lost the car length.
Yeah, unfortunately I missed that because we had a little bit of beating and banging down the backstretch between Motts and who's got the entire left side tore off with debris in turn 1.
Yellow flag coming out.
Yellow flag for debris.
Kenneth Robles out there, just talk about him real quick. You know, his second race, he actually raced at least once in the fall last year in the modified, but he's new, he's rookie, he's stepping up from the hobby stocks, and he's just out there logging laps and learning right now. And what a great field of people to learn from here in this race here tonight in that 78K car.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, you got a field full of legends, past champions. No better brains to pick than these guys.
Rookie flags on Trevor Clemens.
Only because he moved up a class.
Only because he moved up, but he is not a rookie.
No, by no means.
He kept his rookie status available. He's run many modified races over the years, but just kept him under the count to be able to run for Rookie of the Year this year for the IMCA Modifieds. And I will not be surprised in any way, shape, or form if he ends up in victory lane at least once this year, if not more than once.
Yeah, most definitely.
I don't know if you followed along on their social media, but the Clemens clan had race cars scattered all over somebody's backyard, one of their backyards, in pieces on the off-season. Had 4 different race cars going at one time, working on getting him ready to go for the season.
Yeah, that stable is full of cars, and I mean, what can you do? You build good cars, everyone wants to come to you, but I think they're all family.
Yeah, it was all their own stuff. I think they had noticed if one just suddenly ended up on the track without a Clemens in it.
Possibly.
You know, maybe a Wiley in it.
Hey, you know what? I'd love to see you back out there. I remember a couple years ago you were in that mini stock.
That and did Cameron Swank let me run his sport modified a couple times and had some fun in that.
Oh,
So.
no, I didn't. I don't.
Green flat back in here. Kellen Chadwick on the point. Jim Pettit down on the low side, row 2, with Nick DiCarlo on the high side. As the green flag is back out. And Pettit working that bottom and having a good run right now. DiCarlo did get a little bit more momentum off the turn that time. And here comes that Bobby Hogue car. Man, you can never count him out. That man knows how to get around a racetrack, and in particular, definitely knows how to get around Antioch Speedway.
Yes, he does, Wyland, and he is working hard with Jim Pettit. He goes and on the backstretch, comes by him, diving into 3. Let's see if Pettit's got something for him on the inside. It does not look like it, but the rear end of Jim Pettit hits Troy Folger, who's going to cross him up coming down the front stretch. Up, he's going to hold his line going into 1. Kellen Chadwick starting to gap the field a little bit here, coming into 3 and 4, followed by Nick DiCarlo, Bobby Hogue, Jim Pettit with Troy Folger on the outside.
I'm going to say, just announcing these races for the past 7 or 8 years, If you get Kellen Chadwick out front like this at the beginning of a race, man, that's going to be hard to beat him. He normally works his way up. He's just kind of back there and then suddenly gets up there. But, man, he is just checking out right now.
Yeah, he gets into that fresh air, no dust in that air filter. He is gone.
Nick DiCarlo just watching his rear bumper from about a full straightaway right now down the backstretch. Kellen Chadwick having a great run in that 83 car. Coming up, logging that lap into the books. Nick DiCarlo is second. Bobby Hogue there a couple car lengths behind Nick DiCarlo. Hogue gets up over the cushion that time, and he's trying to keep it off the wall. He's losing ground. Tricky Troy says, thank you very much, Bobby. I'm going to take the opportunity and catch up you. Battle for third now into turns 3 and 4 as Hogue now gathers it back up, and Tricky Troy loses more ground as Hogue lost it last time down in the south end of the racetrack, turns 1 and 2.
And coming out of 4 is, well, going into turn 1 is Kellen Chadwick in the lead, Nick DiCarlo, Bobby Hogue, Troy Folger, Jim Pettit. But there's a battle coming in the back mid-pack here with Chris Lewis and Motts sitting there duking for 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's going to be a fifth spot.
Fifth spot, yeah. So they're getting a little spread out. I kind of lose myself here.
Here, you want some more fingers?
No.
No? Okay.
But yeah, Motts is dueling with Lewis going into 1 and 2, trying to take the inside, and I mean inside below the tires. He gets the position on Lewis coming down the backstretch going into 3. Lewis crosses over coming down on the low side. Motts holding on to the outside. He holds on to this position coming to the line.
Right now, check in with the leader real quick. He's now in heavy traffic. He's got Kenneth Robles he's trying to get around as. Kenneth Robles is right behind Terry DiCarlo Sr., Terry DiCarlo Jr., and those 3 cars right in front of leader, and that has allowed Nick DiCarlo to catch up with Kellen Chadwick. Now battle for lead off turn number 2. Chadwick bobbles on the exit of 2, putting Nick DiCarlo up on the point. Now he has to try to work around that lap traffic.
And with that little bobble, here comes Hogue battling for the 3rd spot, but Nick DiCarlo, Hogue, and Chadwick trying to get around Kenneth Robles there.
Now
Looks like
Bobby Hogue is the leader.
I don't know. It's hard to call this one, but yeah, Hogue. DiCarlo goes inside. Hogue gets a little loose.
New leader, Nick
DiCarlo. Oh, here comes Hogue. Hogue and DiCarlo. Count DiCarlo out the line on that one. Hogue in second. And Tricky Troy Folger is coming up in 3rd.
Now Kellen Chadwick has fallen back. He's back to the 4th position after all that shakeout due to that lap traffic got in his way.
And lap traffic being a concern again. Nick DiCarlo coming to the inside. Hogue coming to the inside. They're going to, Terry DiCarlo got a little loose there holding these guys up, but they make it clear through going in 3 and 4. It's going to be Nick DiCarlo and Hogue at the line, followed by Tricky Troy Folger and Kellen Chadwick.
Who would have thought? Who'd have thunk it? And Kellen Chadwick after, maybe I jinxed him. That announcer's jinx maybe after talking about him, but had trouble with that lap traffic. Couldn't get around Kenneth Robles. Was very tough, but Kenneth Robles was right there. He was trying to get around the DiCarlos. They had a battle for their position, and they were trying to do their thing. They didn't do anything wrong. It just happened that along came the leaders, and it really mixed things up with Nick DiCarlo now on the point. Bobby Hogue in the 2nd spot. Tricky Troy Folger in the 3rd spot. 4th is Kellen Chadwick. 5th is going to be Jim Pettit. 6th is going to be Terry DiCarlo Jr. 7th will be Bobby Motts. And that's the other cars are laps down. I'm not sure exactly where everybody is trying to guess it, but we are coming closer to the end of this race as Bobby Hogue now starting to get all over the back bumper of Nick DiCarlo. Battle for the lead into turn number 3.
Yes, and Bobby Hogue getting onto the back bumper of Nick DiCarlo.
2 to go.
Oh, yes. Bob waves the green flag. You hold it up for 2 to go. Where are we at here? Okay, Nick DiCarlo.
Bobby Hogue got underneath Nick DiCarlo, and Nick closed the door, and Hogue had to get out of the gas. Now the 22L's right in front of the leaders. We got a battle for the lead on the last lap. White flag is out. One more time around.
Yeah, white flag lap. Nick DiCarlo and Bobby Hogue duking it out going into turns 3 and 4. Can Nick DiCarlo hold on? Nick DiCarlo, Bobby Hogue. Bobby Hogue goes to the inside. Nick DiCarlo will take your checker, followed by Bobby Hogue. And Tricky Troy Folger and Kellen Chadwick brings up the 4th. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Nick DiCarlo.
Nick DiCarlo working his way towards the scales. Ladies and gentlemen, pulling into victory lane. Getting his helmet off. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for a quick Nick DiCarlo. All right, Nick. Well, you started up front, then you fell back. Kellen checked out. Shaking.
In 2 years, this is amazing.
Not a bad way to start to 2022.
Yeah, I was kind of having my doubts about it, but I think this will keep us moving.
So you're able to catch up with Kellen when he got behind that slow traffic and way through there, and it seemed to work out for your favor.
Yeah, I just got up on the wheel. And I was getting pushed around by Hogue and by everybody, and it was good. I'm happy to be here.
What's it like racing against your...
I was in this dirt going into that turn going, we were like 4 wide down the straightaway. But good job, dude. That was fun.
Bobby Hogue coming over and congratulating Nick. So, Nick, running against your brothers and your dad out there, and what's it like when you're doing that?
My dad and my brothers have been doing this forever. It's awesome to be out here with them and doing it all together.
All right, who do you want to say thanks to helping you get to victory lane on night 1 of 2022?
My buddy Andrew, CPT, R&J, Jane's Welding, Fox. Like I said, I haven't been here in 2 years in the victory lane, so everybody knows who they are, and I thank all of them, and I want to dedicate this win to the Favalora family for what's going on with them.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to our feature winner for the IMCA Modifieds, quick, Nick DiCarlo.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, give it up for the IMCA Modifieds. Coming up next, we're going to be having the IMCA Northern Sport Mods.
Bobby Hogue, real quick. Bobby, you came over and said congratulations to Nick. Sounds like you had a good time out there tonight.
Yeah, it was a fun race. I mean, when Kellen, we all got to that lap traffic, and who knows what was going to happen. I mean, guys were going everywhere, and it was a good race, kind of swapping back and forth with Nick there, and just ended up one short. But hats off to Precision Performance, Andy Eckridge, Paul Guglielmoni for letting me wheel this thing, Icon Pistons, and everybody that come out to support us tonight. Thank you.
Congratulations on a good run.
Thank you.
Bobby Hogue taking home second tonight. IMCA Northern Sports Modified coming up next. Don't forget, next week, folks, we got the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, IMCA Stock Cars. And the Delta Dwarf car is all in action next Saturday night. Gates open 4 o'clock. Action going to open at 3 o'clock. We're having happy hour from 3 to 5.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Sport Mods coming on to the track. The lineup from the back starts like this. In row 11, 21st starting position is the number 3, Chuck Golden. In row number 10, starting in 20th position, is the 52 of Jason Ryan Jr. And to his inside is going to be the 19th starting position of the 7Z, Shaina Neiman.
In the 18th starting spot out of Antioch, California, to 1 car, it's Nicholas Zapatero. 2 is inside, Joseph Pato out of the Oakley, California, to 28P.
In row number 8, in the 16th starting... Row number 8, starting position number 16 is the 76A, Mark Garner. And to his inside in the 15th starting position is the 22S of Scott Foster.
Jake Betancourt in the 14th starting spot out of Brentwood, California, to 29B. And to his inside, Matt Pitts out of Rodeo in the 16 car.
In the 6th row, the 12th starting position is the number 6, Dylan Conley. And to his inside, starting position 11, 15P, Kid Smooth, Andrew Pierce.
Your top 10 looks like this in the 127 in the 10th starting spot out of Oakley, California. Jacob Mallet Jr. to his inside out of Oakley in the 71A, Tommy Clemens.
Starting in row number 4, position number 8 is the 38 of KC Keller. And to his inside, starting position number 7, the 325, Tyler Brown.
The Iceman Tommy Frazier out of Antioch starts in the 6th spot in the 12 car. The 7J of Fast Freddie Rylander, 2021 champion out of Brentwood, starts 5th.
Starting 4th in the 2nd row is the 97s, the Squirrel Bree Trowan. And to her inside, starting position number 3 is the 28 of Chester Ness.
And your front row looks like this in the 60K car out of Yuba City, California. The 60K of Jimmy Ford, and on the point out of San Ramon, California, in that 2 car, it is Kelly Campanelli.
Wiley, I'm looking at this lineup right now. Who do you got in this one? There are a lot of good hitters in this.
I'm thinking row 3, I think they're going to come from there.
You're thinking row 3?
Roddy or Casey Keller?
I don't know. Kid Smooth looked pretty good in this heat race.
He did.
He did.
Ladies and gentlemen, as they come around, get on your feet, wave your hands, your hats, jump up and down, make lots of noise. Give it up for the IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds. As Kelly Campanelli on the grass. Coming up off turn number 4, gets a good run. Jimmy Ford in that 2nd spot. Chester Ness in his debut in the IMCA Sport Modified here for the 2022 season. The Iceman Tommy Frazier there in the 4th spot. Fast Freddie Ryland and Casey Keller 5th and 6th. Still running side by side. Now they're 3 wide into 3 and 4. But Kelly Campanelli is going to lead lap number 1.
And diving in as 1 and 2 is going to be Kelly Campanelli, Jimmy Ford. Chester Niss is a little slow. Iceman getting a little bobbly there in 2, coming down the backstretch. We got Fast Freddie Ryland on the inside trying to take a couple positions away. Coming out of 4, they're beating, they're bobbling. Coming down the straightaway, Kelly Campanelli still in the lead, followed by Tommy the Iceman Frazier, but Jimmy Ford giving him a little bit on the outside. He shuts the door.
As the Iceman Tommy Frazier, past champion here at Antioch Speedway, holding off Jimmy Ford. Kelly Campanelli's checking out, saying, see you guys later, y'all battle. I'm going to take advantage of this situation. As now Casey Keller on the inside of Jimmy Ford. He got around Fast Freddie Ryland, and they battle for 3rd with Fast Freddie right there. But there's Chester Niss. He's not letting them get away. We're side by side for 2 rows right there, battling for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
And a little bit deeper in the pack there, you got Tyler Brown. He's starting to move away from Conley. But back to the pack there in 2 and coming down the backstretch. Fast Freddie Ryland is trying that inside line. I don't know if it's going to work on Chester Nissen. We got a spin out.
Nicholas Zapatero.
That was Zapatero. Yes, he is stuck on the infield there. Brings out the yellow flag.
Zapatero, I looked up and he was suddenly bound backwards. I'm not sure if he had any help. I'll see if the video catches anything. Waiting to hear from over the radio what happened as well. Watching it on the video at the moment. All by himself at that point. Yep, he just lost it on his own by the looks of it. He didn't have anybody around him going into turns 1 and 2.
Once again, those track gremlins jumping up and grabbing those tires.
Former straight liner, Nicholas Zapatero, started racing 2 years ago here at Antioch Speedway in the hobby stocks, moved up to the sport mods last year. Previous experience was drag racing. So, not doing too bad for learning how to get on straightaway and turn left.
Guess he got bored going in a straight line.
Yeah. 25-lap main event, 4 laps in the books, 21 remain. I can figure that one out. That one was easy. 4 minus 25?
Yeah.
Or 25, excuse me, whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Green flag in here, Kevin. Come on, now I'm an announcer. You're trying to get me to do math. Kelly Campanelli on the point. Casey Keller trying to work underneath the Iceman. Tommy Frazier trying to get that second spot. Frazier battles back on the high side. Coming up on turn number 2. Down the back straightaway to turn number 3. Campanelli. Man, that car's on a rail right now. She is running good. Frazier gets out in front of Casey Keller. Here comes Fast Freddie Ryland. He looks to the inside of Casey Keller as that battle for third heats up.
And looking from the backside of that little group, we got cars slow in 1 and 2. That looks like Betancourt. Anyway, so he gets to keep in the green. So Campanelli out front, Iceman Frazier second. Battle between Fast Freddie Ryland and Casey Keller heating up in the corners. Looks like Keller's got a little bit more on the straightaways than Freddie, but we'll see what happens.
7 laps in the books. That means 18 laps remain in this 25-lap main event. And we got 1 car around in turn number 4. That is Matt Pitts in the 16 car out of Rodeo, California. He tried to get it rolling. It didn't. It wouldn't move. It's kind of stuck. Not sure what's happening there. He keeps rolling it forward, but it suddenly stops. So not sure what's going on with that. But Matt Pitts, hearing over the radio, unassisted there in turn number 4, coming to a stop. And now he gets it rolling again. And we are under yellow for the second time here tonight. You have some debris in turn number 2. I'm hearing over the radio. We'll get one of our, up on the high side, about midway up the racetrack racing surface to the wall. A little white piece of something up there.
Wouldn't it be funny, Wiley, if all of a sudden they went up there and found out it was just a windshield tear-off?
It wouldn't be the first time. I've called that myself many times. Hey, there's debris. No, that's just a tear-off. Oh. Almost looks like a bar, Panhard bar.
Yeah, somebody's missing a bar, that's for sure.
We'll find out when we go down to turn number 1 and try to turn it.
Yeah, hopefully it's not a tie rod.
Yeah. I'm Wiley Wade.
And I'm Mike Bauer.
And we are your hosts here tonight for this opening night of the 2022 season. Thanks for tuning in on Antioch Speedway TV. Thanks for being here in person at Antioch Speedway. Thanks to all the drivers and crew members for being here. Thanks to the officials, Fabulous Bob up on the flag stand, all the guys down in the infield, Rich, our race director, Andrew, our timing and scoring, our camera guys, the Bob and Kevin and Bob show. Thank you guys. Bob sent me pictures of their T-shirts. I'm not sure I dare look at them fully yet. I haven't. I might have to be in a safe space for that. For that.
Yeah, let's just put it this way. It's almost like a 80s, 90s throwback to the Hulk.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan.
The Hulkster.
Yeah.
The Hulkster. Thanks, Mike, for joining me up here in the broadcast booth. Look forward to having you here different weekends throughout the year, and we're going to have some fun with this as well.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Wiley. Yes, we're going to have a lot of fun this year. as many times as I can get out here if I'm not racing or spending some time with my family.
Yeah, man, you got to get your priorities here, dude. Racing, family, racing, family.
Wiley, 2 years of... Anyways, the green comes out. Campanelli going down in turn 1, followed by Tommy the Iceman Frazier and Casey Keller. Keller going to the inside, trying to get past Tommy. Does not seem to be working right now. Followed by Mallet Jr. and Fast Freddie Ryland going into 3 and 4.
I'm going to get you in trouble with Gabby, I can tell. As Campanelli on the point, it is Tommy Frazier, Casey Keller, Jacob Mallet Jr. getting around past Freddie Ryland, who is back there in the 5th spot. Top 5 pulling away a little bit over Jimmy Ford. Then you got Andrew Pierce. He's up to the 7th spot. 8th is Tyler Brown. And one car around Nicholas Zapatero. Looks like he...
Looks like Zapatero goes around and collects Pato, but we could be mistaken. I got to look at the video when it replays.
No, I am hearing over the radio. It was number 1. Zapatero on his own, collecting the 28P.
Okay.
And I'm curious if they got it on film, because I just kind of caught it behind this beam right here in front of me, or post, excuse me, and almost looked like 2 of his wheels were off the ground.
Well, when you get a modified bumper underneath your side rail, yeah, it kind of bumps up. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Let's see, we're taking a look at the recording now.
Again, you can watch on live tonight on Antioch Speedway TV. After tonight, it will be tape delayed. All the live racing, come on out on Saturday nights. Yeah, it's already.
Nope, unless you saw it live, it is a mystery.
Yes. More debris in turn number 2. Turn 2, collecting Pierre debris. And it looks like another bar.
I wonder if it's the other bar from the other bar.
Yeah, huh? All right, debris is good. Lineup is good. Eight laps, 17 to go. I didn't have to take my shoes off.
I almost did.
As they're coming around, Kelly Campanelli. Texas style restart on the point. 2nd place, the Frazier man, the Iceman. Tommy Frazier on the high side, puts Casey Keller down on the low side. Row 3 is Jacob Mallet Jr. and Fast Freddie Ryland. Row 4, Jimmy Ford and Andrew Pierce. Row 5 is Tyler Brown and Dylan Conley. Row 6 is Chester Niss and Mark Garner. Row 7 is... Well, we'll get back to that as green flag comes back. I don't think it's Tommy Climans. Green flag in the air, Kelly Campanelli. Down into turn number 1. Frazier goes around right in front of Casey Keller. Keller goes around as well. I'm not sure if there was contact or not.
Yeah, Wiley, from my vantage point, it looked like Casey Keller got into the back of Tommy Frazier, but...
And then synchronized spinning.
Yeah, and then Chester Niss almost put his nose into the side of Casey Keller. But, of course, everyone that's watching on the live stream and here in the stands, our commentary is nothing but our own opinions. It is not official.
And just heard over the radio that it was 38 into 12. Watching the video now, see if we got anything. Got down the front straightaway, and right there's the contact. So contact. Casey was just down on the inside, and that car pushed up a little bit, and his right front got in the left rear of the 12 car, and around they went.
Yeah, again, just hitting that dry spot that's over in between 1 and 2. The tires, I'm telling you, the tires have an attitude tonight.
They've been cold all winter.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
All right, Kelly Campanelli still on the point. That was not an official lap. We did not get a lap in, so still 8 in the book, 17 to go. As we are enjoying a great night of racing here in Antioch, California at the Antioch Speedway. If you're watching online and you're not familiar with this racetrack, we are located about 30 miles to the northeast of downtown San Francisco. If you draw a straight line, if you come into the San Francisco Bay Area between second week in March and the end of October on a Saturday night, swing by Antioch Speedway. We will be racing, except for 4th of July weekend. We are going to be dark.
Yeah, we will be dark that weekend. Although there's rumors that we are trying to talk Chad into giving us a race that weekend.
A race weekend off.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
A
We'll
race
go with
weekend
that.
off.
We'll go with
Holiday
that.
weekend off.
We love racing so much. We want no blacked out nights, but sometimes we get one.
Yeah. Okay. The weekend previous to that, we are going to have the motorcycle races the last Saturday in June. We also have monster trucks coming twice this year. That's going to be a lot of fun. The Hobby Stock Nationals are going to be back. What a great event that was.
It really was.
And I think you're going to get even more cars this year. There was a lot of questions. Is this legit? Is this really going to happen? Are they really going to pay this money? And we did.
Yeah.
And it put on some great racing.
Wonderful racing. We had everyone from, I think we even had people as far as Utah come out here.
Looking for a little fun. Give them the one to go signal with Kelly Campanelli, the leader. Look who has snuck up to that second row.
Told you.
Fast Freddie Ryland with Jacob Mallow Jr. is actually in the second spot, I believe. He chooses the high side, puts Fast Freddie down on the low side. Sorry, folks, our loop is not working, so we don't have live timing and scoring tonight that is 100% accurate. We are trying to get things figured out. Opening night gremlins, shall we say. Green flag in the air, Kelly Campanelli on the point. Here comes Jacob Mallow Jr. in that 127. I love the wrap on that car down to turn number 1. Fast Freddie Ryland not letting them get away side by side. 2 turns, 1 and 2. 3 wide for the lead. Jacob Mallow Jr., Kelly Campanelli get together. Kelly loses it. Climbing over the left front wheel is Jacob Mallow Jr. 2 more cars get involved further back. That is Scott Foster and Pato involved. That also collected the Iceman, Tommy Frazier. But the cars of Kelly Campanelli and Jacob Mallow Jr. are hooked together, and Fast Freddie Ryland pulls to the high side. We are going red just to clean up that mess back there. Fast Freddie on the high side of turn number 2.
Ooh, Wiley, that was gnarly, wasn't it?
That was gnarly. It all started with Jacob Mallow Jr. getting into Kelly Campanelli a little bit on the exit of turn number 2. As we're watching it on video now, down into turn 2. Kelly Campanelli right in front of them as we're not going to get a... Yeah, no, she got contact from Jacob Mallow on the exit of turn, and she was trying to catch it and just never did, and they just all piled up back there on the back straightaway. Trying for 3 wide, Jacob Mallow Jr. tried to cut low underneath Kelly as she kind of got a little bobble a little bit there coming up on the exit of turn 2. That opened up the door. Fast Freddie was down on the low side. Jacob Mallow tried going in the middle and made contact with Kelly, and Kelly fought that thing halfway down the straightaway trying to catch it, and unfortunately just waggled and came back down into Jacob, and they got hooked together. The wheels climbed and got hooked together and ended up on the back straightaway with Jacob Mallow's right front on top of Kelly's left front.
Yeah. I still say she would have saved that if somebody from the pits didn't blow on the car.
Yeah.
She had that almost saved.
She did.
You know.
She was fighting that. So what a great run she was having. She's not going to have to fall to the back of the pack. Not exactly sure what caused her to get loose. I don't know if she was just a little bit too high, almost looked like, as she had Fast Freddie down on her low side on that restart. Refiring the engines, getting ready to go back to yellow flag here in just a moment as we got Scott Foster's car back there. He's got one more race to run here tonight, as does Fast Freddie Ryland. And Andrew Pierce out here. He's got another race to run after this one. So we are going to have a little bit of time to going to have to do some driver swap or car swapping with at least 3 of the drivers. I think that's it. Got them cleaned up back there. Everybody's fired up. Scott Foster's car got a little damage on the nose from that incident over there. Tommy Frazier, not sure how much he got involved or if he just came to a stop.
No, actually, coming down the backstretch, I saw he kind of got a little bit binked and banged going through that pack, but doesn't seem too bad. Scott Foster, though, he's pretty
His
tore
front
up.
bumper is yeah.
Nose wing, what do the modifieds call those things again? Either way, sheet metal work for Foster for sure.
And the front bumper. That bumper's hanging off and just got
Oh, yeah.
drug under the ground. So,
Oh, Lord. Might have to bring the hook for that one. I don't know where he'd hook it, though. We use the
have to go on
bumpers.
the back, yeah.
Yeah.
So you keep trying to drive it and the bumper's going underneath the front, and now it's caught under the front. You have to get the tow truck out there, get that 28 car into turn 3. Pato over there. Must be behind the ambulance.
Possibly. I know I saw a whitish car leave for a second, but I don't know which one it was.
All right, here we go. Getting them doubled up. As we get set for more racing, 8 laps down, still 17 to go. Fast Freddy Rowland on the point. Jimmy, so is it Jimmy or is it Andrew Pierce in second? I don't know. They're in row 2. Row 3 is going to be Tyler Brown, huh? Climbed his way up there in that newly wrapped 325. Dylan Conley to his outside. Mark Garner, Tommy Climans in row number 4. Row 5 is the Squirrel, Bree Trowan, and Chester Niss.
So, Wiley, I called Andrew Pierce. Said you can't count him out. Where's he at?
He's up to second.
Anyways, they coming around turns 3 and 4. Fabulous Bob throws the green flag. Fast Freddy Ryland holds off Andrew Pierce and Ford going into 1 and 2. Pierce getting that run off of 2 coming after Fast Freddy, but Freddy is looking like he is checking out.
So you can't get Freddy out front, man. He's going to be hard to beat. Of course, I said that about Kellen earlier, and look what happened there.
Yeah, so don't say it again, right?
Fast Freddy Ryland, Andrew Pierce in second. Third is Dylan Conley. He's climbed his way up. Tyler Brown. We got some young guns up there right now. Fourth, fifth is the 60 is Jimmy Ford, not so young gun. Then we got Chester Niss, another not so young gun. Tommy Climans, Mark Garner, Bree Trowan, as 4 wide into turn number 1 right now as Bree Trowan having trouble, and she cuts down almost in front of traffic. Something's wrong with the 97 car as Fast Freddy putting lap number 10 into books.
Yeah, Andrew Pierce trying to make a run after Fast Freddy, but I don't think it's going to happen this lap for sure. Conley in third, Tyler Brown in fourth, Ford fifth, rounds out your top 5. Tommy Kleiman's trying to move up there on Ford in the corners.
Fast Freddy coming up on turn number 2. He's got about 3 car lengths over the 15P of Andrew Pierce. Battles for third, though, down the back straightaway. Dylan Conley on the high side. Here comes Tyler Brown on the low side, coming up off turn number 4. That battle continues as Brown has to fall back in line as that car did not work quite as well, not on the low side as Conley did on the high side. But the battle for third continues off turn number 2, down the back straightaway.
And coming out at 2, you got a battle for, I believe, 5th or 6th between Garner and Nis. Nis is trying that high side over Garner, but it's just not working. Got a little beating and banging with Casey Keller and Neiman. Neiman getting the best out of that bunch.
Fast Freddy coming up on slower traffic as Bree Trowan's going to be the next car. He's going to have to put a lap down as no, Chuck Golden's right there in that 3 car. That's going to be so weird trying to remember that Chuck Golden's in the 3 car and not the 112 anymore. But Bree Trowan running just she's only run a handful of races in the IMCA Modifieds, still getting her feet under as she has now got Fast Freddy Ryland all over her back bumper. That battle for third continues up off turn number 4 as Tyler Brown still trying to get around Dylan Conley. Conley doing a great job holding them off as they come up off turn number 2 down the back straightaway, but our leader in traffic.
And we got Jimmy Ford off the wall in turn 1. He's slow coming down the backstretch. Everyone trying to get by him. Yellow. Oh, we got another wreck in turns 2. That's between
Matt Pitts in the 16 car.
Pitts. Yeah,
and the 29 car of Brenton
Oh, glad you saw that.
Involved over there in turn number 2. That's going to do it for Pitts. That is 2 for him. So the 16 is done. And that's going to free things up for Fast Freddy. He's not going to have that lap traffic he was getting into. Puts Pierce right on his rear bumper. He's going to have Conley and Pierce in that row right behind him. Tyler Brown and Tommy Kleiman's quietly working his way up. He's up to the 5th spot.
Yeah, definitely don't count out Tommy. Mark Garner's starting to look pretty good also in the corners. So let's not count out 5th and 6th, but Tyler Brown and Conley, that battle. Woo.
Great battle. I will say Mark Garner, that's not first time on the dirt with that 76 car. Didn't get to practice. First time on the dirt today, and he's up there in 6th spot.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a virgin car on this track.
Any track.
Any track, yeah, fresh out of the garage.
So Fast Freddy, our 2021 champion, is our leader right now.
But again, Kid's smooth. He doesn't get that nickname from nothing. Kid is pretty smooth in these corners tonight, so let's see if that engine's got anything for Ryland.
Later this year, he'll actually get 2 years of racing experience under his belt.
Does he even have a driver's license yet?
Last I knew he had a permit. I have not heard that he got his driver's license.
I was going to say, I knew he was 15, 16 when he started. So I wasn't sure if he passed that mile marker yet. But he has definitely been a thorn in Freddie's side for the last couple years.
16 laps down, that means 9 remain. Did that one on my own too.
Yeah, I stopped trying to count.
Jimmy Ford gets one more lap. He had a flat tire. That's why he started slowing, going down the back straightaway just before that incident over there in turn number 2.
Oh, okay, that's a good excuse.
So don't forget, we got happy hour coming up next week. If you're not here tonight, you want to come out next week between 3 and 5, happy hour in the south end of the racetrack. And $5 beers, man. And anytime they're working on the track conditioning and stuff, it's going to be $5 beer. So that is, Chad has decided to do happy hour. That's going to be a whole lot of fun.
Now, is it any beer? or is it only draft beer?
I was told $5 beers.
Wow.
That gives them the option to decide what those beers are.
All right. Well, we're getting ready to go green. Fabulous Bob waves that green flag. Fast Freddy Ryland heading down. Andrew Pierce is going to the inside, trying to take the lead from Ryland. But Ryland shuts the door. Andrew just does not have the power. And
Casey
we got
Keller into the fence.
Casey Keller into the fence in 1 and 2. He is slow, but he keeps it green. Ryland maintains the lead over Andrew Pierce going into 1 and 2 crossing the line, followed by Tommy Klymans and Chester Niss. Connolly and Tyler Brown, they went 4 wide. Neiman gets into the back of Gardner. We got a car 52 of Ryland in 1.
Jason Ryan Jr. explaining over there in turn number 1, keeps it going. We see under the green right now. Andrew Pierce all over the back bumper of Fast Freddy Ryland. He's trying to get that lead away on that restart. He had a great run up off turn number 4, made a move to the inside of Ryland, got down to turn number 1, but just couldn't quite close the deal as Fast Freddy, the old KG veteran, able to hold off the young kid, Kid Smooth there in that 15P. Now Ryland starting to pull it out just a little bit as we have 19 laps in the books looking up on the board. And that means 6 laps to go as Ryland, Kid Smooth. Now we got a battle for third as Chester Niss works his way around Tommy Klymans, who had trouble in the middle of 3 and 4. Put the 28 car of Niss up into the third spot.
Yeah, Wiley clocking down these laps. I believe this is 5 to go. Ryland out in front, followed by Andrew Pierce, Chester Niss, and Tommy Klymans. But we got battles going. Neiman's a little slow. She gets spun around in turn 4. Neiman going for a ride. She stops it. Oh, nope, she keeps it going, but the yellow comes out.
She kind of wheel hopped the 127 of Jacob Mallet Jr.'s car down there in turn number 4, and she lost it and looped it around.
Well, coming down to, if we go by the board, it's 3 to go. Those numbers correct?
We'll confirm whether it's 3 or 4 laps remaining after Andrew gets a lineup set. One more race to go, folks. We still got the IMCA stock cars. Man, they always put on a great show.
Yes, they do. And if the heat races were any consolation to how tonight's main is going to go, it's going to be a good one.
The young lady who spun over there, the 7 car, she has a cone under her race car right now. So they stopped her on the back stretch trying to get that thing out. She hit that the starter cone down there. Four to go. 7Z of Shayna Neiman trying to get that thing out from under the race car. Shayna from Reno, Nevada.
Track crews are working diligently. I think they got it. No, they're pushing her to the inside right now. I guess they cannot get that cone out from underneath her car.
Sounds like she is getting the credit for that yellow flag. She got sideways before Jacob Malton Jr. climbed her wheel.
There we go. We got the cone out from underneath Neiman's car. She's getting ready to head back out onto the racing surface, find her line, and continue.
The Bob and Kevin Show sending us pictures.
Clean pictures, but yes, there's definitely something wrong with those two. I can't pinpoint what it is, but there's definitely a screw loose. But we love them anyways.
Screw loose? They got a whole rack loose.
Well, you know. Bob and Kevin, if you guys hear us, give everyone a wave. Everyone, give a wave and a clap for Bob and Kevin on the cameras, if you guys would, please.
Got the Hulkster and just stomp on it, Bob. Running the cameras. Coming around, getting the lineup set, and Fabulous Bob's going to show them. Still give them the 1 to go signal. They're working to get the lineup. So there we go.
They'll get it before this lap's completed.
They better, because they don't want to have to deal with other people.
Yeah, so, all right. Lights are out. Fast Freddie Ryland coming on the point. Andrew Pierce, Chester Niss. Waiting for that green flag. Green flag waves. Ryland shoots out of a cannon with Andrew Pierce going into 1 and 2. Andrew Pierce going to try to move on to the inside. We got one around. That's Conley. Collects 2 other cars. Cannot see the numbers from here.
The Squirrel Breach Rowan is the last car in line. The other one is the 2 car of Kelly Campanelli.
Oh, no. Well,
after having such a strong beginning to the main event.
Well,
getting involved in 2 incidents is not of her making.
Wiley, you know, luck is just like water in a cup. When you start tipping it out, it goes bye-bye. And I think she's at the bottom of her cup, at least tonight.
The Squirrel Breach Rowan looking like she's pulling it back to the pit area in that 97 car. A beautiful night for racing here at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for tuning in. And just want to remind you, coming up next week, we have the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, IMCA Stock Cars, and the Delta Dwarf Cars all in action next Saturday night, the 19th of March. On the 26th, we're going to have the Delta Dwarf Cars and the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks with the mini stocks making their season debut.
Mini stocks. Those are the pony stocks, 4-bangers. What are we calling them?
Call them mini stocks as far as what's on the schedule.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a class that the name changes almost every 2 to 3 years. You can never keep up with them.
A great class to start in if you're looking to get into racing. I know I sold my car over the winter. It might be for sale again. I'm not sure if you're looking. Let me give me a shout out. I will pass your name and information on. And we're coming around to the green flag. Fast Freddy picking up the speed, coming up off turn number 4. Kid Smooth trying to keep that on his bumper. He worked up that high line, but Fast Freddy picked up that speed early. And again, we talked about the gamesmanship on restarts. As one car goes around at the back of the pack, that is Dylan Conley. That thing hit a bump down there and hopped up in the air. See if he can get that thing rolling before we come around. And we are going to have a yellow flag yet again. That's going to do it for Conley, I do believe. He was the credit for the last time, so that'll be his second yellow flag.
Yeah, most definitely. And I was watching where Ryland was when that yellow came out. I don't know if we completed that lap or not.
No, we didn't, because it wasn't the whole field didn't get through either. So.
Okay. So it's not all on Ryland.
It's not just the leader, no.
Okay. Just to, clarify that for any fans that don't know.
Getting ready to push Conley away, taking a look at the feed, see if we can see. He was all by himself down there, down on the low side, and that thing just looped around and suddenly hit a bump, popped up in the air as Conley rolls away, and he will return hopefully next week here with that 6 car. We have reached the time limit. Yellow checkered is out. It's going to be Fast Freddie Ryland taking home the win. Andrew Pierce second. Chester Niss third. Tommy Climans fourth. And fifth is going to be Tyler Brown.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Fast Freddie Ryland. As he makes his way around, going to see Victory Lane, get his pictures taken, get his commemorative door.
Hey, we still got one more race, folks. Don't go anywhere. We got the IMCA stock cars coming up next, putting on a great show for you. Coming around. Fast Freddy. Not a bad way to kick off your defense of your championship, taking home the win here tonight.
Yeah, it was good. It was a little rough out there. Cars going everywhere, and I think I might have got the back of Casey Keller a little bit, and he was checking up for someone else, and and on the backstretch, I'm not sure what happened there, but car came down, hit me, and they got the worst end of it, but wanted to race them for it, but it is what it is. It's got to do all the laps.
Yeah, you were down on the low side of Kelly Campanelli. Another car tried to squeeze in between you because she had slipped up a little bit, and they made contact. That's what happened there.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to run them close, but you don't want to hit them. But I think she touched him, and he touched me, and they got the worst end of the deal of that.
Who do you want? Thanks for getting you out here today.
My wife right there, Peppermint Patty Ryland. Frisian Chevrolet, PFC Brakes, Ryland Racing, Brian Zachary and Clayton for coming tonight and helping me out. And now we're going to jump in the stock car, so I got to go and do that.
All right, good luck. Have fun.
Thank you.
And real quick, I know he's got to go hop in the well, but Andrew Pierce, Kid Smooth, worked your way up there, and you had a good battle. And on one of the restarts, you got a really good run up off turn number 4 and had a shot on the inside, but couldn't quite get around Fast Freddy.
I just about gave them all I had right there. I still had a few tricks up my sleeve, so too bad they threw that yellow because I was going to try to make that interesting. Overall, it was a good race, and we'll be back next time. Try to be one spot ahead.
All right, well, I'm going to let you go because you got to go strap in another race car.
Yep, 25 more laps.
Good luck tonight. Andrew Pierce getting ready to run in the IMCA stock car main event. Let's fly while we got the couple drivers trying to get strapped in real quick. Tommy Climans. Hey, Tommy, come on over. As he's looking at his car. Chester, come on up here. I'll talk to anybody. Chester Niss. Ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't know, Chester Niss is an awesome trophy girl.
Thanks.
Great job. He helped me out to hand out trophies at the awards banquet last week. Thank you very much, Chester, for that. What do you think of this IMCA Sport Modified stuff?
It's different. They're easier to drive.
Easier to drive, and you had fun.
Yeah, it was definitely fun.
It was kind of fun watching you. At one point, you were running with Mark Garner back here. It looked like you guys were having fun, but you worked your way up. You were mid-pack at that point, worked your way up in top 5 finish.
Yeah, my son told me to go to the outside, and I went up there and went for it.
All right, so how often are you going to run this thing out here?
I don't know, once in a while.
Once in a while? All right.
Not all the time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Chester Niss. Tom. All right. Come on over here. Get you on camera here. All right, so different number for you, but good run.
Yeah, thank you. I thank all of my sponsors, my family, my friends that help us all out. Dedicating the 71A this year to my dad. This is his old throwback number and font. Just out here having fun and enjoying it. At least we had good luck with the 171A. Michaela, not so much. No power steering for the event. So.
Oh, that's what happened.
Yeah, she busted the box. We put a box, but didn't have the fittings for it. So she manhandled it like a beast.
All right, so you're running this car this year, and I know the plan is next year Michaela will be in it.
At the end of the point season, should be in this for her next year.
All right, well, thank you very much. Who do you want to say thanks for getting out here?
All my fans, all my family, my sponsors. A lot of work goes into these cars on the off season, and it's just paid off.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, get up for Tommy Climans. Tyler Brown, come over here. One more. We're killing time here, folks. We got drivers, and it gives us a chance to. Hey, we've been talking about your race car. This thing looks sharp.
Yeah, it's expensive, I'll tell you that. But the colors, Josh Combs, Jessica, you guys killed it. I like bright colors, so I went with that. And and let them design it.
So 1-2 wraps.
Yes, 1-2 wraps.
They do a great job. I know they do a lot of cars. So if folks, you're looking to get wrapped, great place, Josh Combs and crew. But good run for you.
Yeah, it was tricky. A little dry in 1 and 2. You know, you got to be easy. And then 3 and 4, it was hooked up, but you had to hit that right line, or else you get tossed around like a rag doll. But other than that, it was fun. Fell back a little bit, made my way back up, so had a good night.
Yeah, you went back, you came back forward. Good job on that. So what's your plans for the year? You going for the championship?
No, work. Work's going to take that away, but try to get as much as I can, travel as much as me and my brother could do, and see what happens.
All right, good job tonight. Congratulations. Who do you want to say thanks for helping you get out here?
Big thank you to Henry. He helped out big time, sponsored the car. My brother, you know, countless hours trying to put this car together. Severed Metal, Jesse over at the Tin Shop, Zaid at Small Guys. So looking forward to a good year, better than before. Keep the car in one piece.
All right, good job tonight. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Tyler Brown. All right, we got one more main event to go as we get ready for the IMCA stock cars. We got a couple that finished in the top 5 in this event, heading back to get in their cars. So they're doing double duties. You got Kellen Chadwick doing double duties, Tricky Troy Folger, Fast Freddie Ryland, Andrew Pierce all doing double duties tonight. Scott Foster doing double duties as well. Stepping up and racing twice tonight for both their normal division and the IMCA stock cars. Got 2 more cars waiting for back there, and then we'll get these stock cars rolling out.
Hey, Wiley.
Yes, sir.
You awake?
I am awake. Are you awake?
Barely. Hey, you ready for the stock car main event?
I'm ready for the IMCA stock cars. I am looking forward to this main event.
All right. So, as they're getting ready. Anyways, as they're getting ready to take the track, we're going to go and start off in the 7th row with the 13th position of the 15A, Dave Hill. Starting in the 12th position, 6th row, is the 22S of Scott Foster, one of the drivers that are doing double duty this tonight. On the inside is in the 11th position, the number 1, Joe Gallagher.
I just want to give a shout out. We got 13 cars here tonight. What a great IMCA stock car field as we are building this division.
Yeah, well, like we said in the beginning of the show, it's taking off really quick.
It is. In the 10th starting spot, it is Andrew Pierce out of Oakley, California, and at 15P, just coming off a top 2 finish here in the IMCA Sport Modified. Ranks Rob Gallagher out of San Jose in the X car, starting in the 9th spot.
Starting in the 8th spot, the 22, Travis Dutra. And on his inside, in the 7th starting position, is the 49 of Tricky Troy Folger.
Dutra out of Martinez, California, and our 2021 champion and Rookie of the Year for the IMCA stock cars. Tricky Troy doing double duty as they have decided they're going to do both. Not every week, but they're going to do as much as they can in the stock cars.
I was going to say, that's going to be expensive.
That's no doubt. The 78 car of Jason Robles out of Rio Vista, California starts in the 6th spot. 5th, I just talked. Never mind, I didn't talk to him. The 9S out of Brentwood, California. It is Jeff Betancourt, one of the drivers, just kind of thinking, is one of the drivers that stepped up this year. He moved from the hobby stocks into the stock cars here for the 2022 season. Jeff Betancourt out of Brentwood, California.
And starting in the 4th position, the 15G of Anthony G. How do you pronounce that? I'm sorry, Anthony. Giuliani. Okay. And to his inside, starting in the 3rd position, the 87 of Kellen Chadwick.
And then we got the top 2 on the front row. The winner just a couple minutes ago out of Brentwood, California, the 7J. It's Fast Freddie Ryland. And on the point out of Pittsburgh, California, the 42J, it is Jason Jennings. As we get set, I do hear over the radio that the final car is rolling and heading to pit, or excuse me, into staging. So we will be going cars on track here momentarily. Everybody get up and shake your booty. Let's see some booty shaking going on. Not you, Bob. And Kevin.
I was going to say, make sure you call out Kevin on that one.
IMCA stock cars on the racetrack. As we get set for 25 laps of fun here with the stock cars in the final month, final event of the night. As they come around, ladies and gentlemen, get on your feet, wave your hands, your hats, jump up and down, make lots of noise. Give it up for the IMCA Stock Cars. Jason Jennings with control of the field. He's bringing them around, and he has control and bringing them around fast. Mike has want to go. Those games and chips we talk about, some of them like to go slow, some of them like to go really slow. And then Jason taking it fast around as they come around. Green flag in the air as Jason, we're going to see if that one's going to hold up or not. As Fast Freddy now battles back on the high side. Into turn number one, side-by-side battle for the lead. Fast Freddy has a slight advantage coming up off turn number two. Into turn number three.
You caught me mid-yawn, Wiley. Anyways, as they cross the line, Fast Freddy in first, Jason Jennings. And looks like Kellen Chadwick moving on the inside. Coming down the back stretch, Kellen Chadwick to third.
Fast Freddy is on the point. Here's Jason Jennings, Kellen Chadwick in the third spot. Tricky Troy trying to get underneath Anthony Giuliani as Giuliani holds him off. Fast Freddy was kind of, or excuse me, not Fast Freddy. Tricky Troy was bouncing through the infield there down in turns 1 and 2. Fast Freddy checking out from the field in that 7J, trying to make it 2 wins on the night. Jason Jennings in the third or second spot, holding off Kellen Chadwick as Chadwick now down into turn number 3. Back just a little bit, about a car length back behind Jason Jennings. Jennings having a great run right here, holding off one of the best in the business.
Yeah, most definitely. Kellen Chadwick just cannot seem to get around him. He's going to try to dive. He's getting a little sideways there. Jason Jennings touched a little bit of nose there from Kellen Chadwick as they dive into 3 and 4. Kellen Chadwick goes and hits the brakes a little bit. They come out of 4. It's going to be a drag race down into the line. It's going to be Jason Jennings over Kellen Chadwick.
Battle for second continues as Jennings still has a slight advantage over Chadwick. Jennings gets a little bit loose on the exit of turn number 2. Had to get out of the gas, but he came down the hill, and I think Kellen got out just a little bit too. As Tricky Troy is right there, and Anthony Giuliani, they're side by side watching that battle, saying, y'all screw up, we're going to pass you if they're not involved. But right now, it is Jason Jennings with, Kellen Chadwick with a slight advantage. Nope, Jennings gets a good run off turn number 2. Chadwick, what a great run. 4 cars battling for that second spot as Fast Freddy is half a lap ahead coming up off turn number 2 while this battle is coming up off 4.
And right behind this battle going into 1, you also got Rob Gallagher wants to get into the mix. They go 3 wide into turn 2. You got Jennings, Chadwick, Folger, Giuliani, and Gallagher. They are coming into 3 and 4. Troy trying that inside line over Jennings, but Jennings just has too much power on the outside. Troy trying the inside over Jennings once again. Troy gets a little slowed up by that inside tire. Jennings holds on to that second position. Kellen Chadwick and Folger going into 3. Folger on the inside, Chadwick on the outside. They're battling it. Who's got more power down to the line? It's going to look like, it's going to be Chadwick at the line. Folger inside, Chadwick outside. Jennings doesn't know what to do because he can't see anything behind him.
Just holding his line.
Yeah, that's all he can do is hold his line.
But Folger, I don't know if you were busy doing other duties last year, but this is kind of typical for what Folger does in these stock cars. He hooks that bottom, that left front, inside the tires on that bottom side. He's trying to hit that moisture that's down there on that inside the tires down there.
Yeah, as you get later into the night, towards the end of this main, you're trying to find traction anywhere you can with the moisture. It's almost gone. I mean, you got to run high like Justin Jennings is doing right now to find that he's just all up in that moisture. And it's working to his advantage.
Holding off 2 of the best in the business, Kellen Chadwick and Tricky Troy Folger. Jennings right there, he's just holding his line, working his way through. We didn't forget about Fast Freddy. He's like more than half a track ahead, just kind of doing his own thing. So we're watching this battle for second that has multiple cars involved as Jennings just holding his line. Here comes Tricky Troy down on the inside. He gets an advantage over Kellen Chadwick off turn number 2, but Chadwick battles back on the high side as Jennings just holding his own and holding on to that second spot as Tricky Troy still not able to do anything and not able to get off or get rid of Kellen Chadwick either as those 3 are battling for second into turn number 1.
Yeah, coming down the backstretch, I mean, Jennings holding his line. I don't know, as a fellow racer, I'm saying thank you for holding that line, but the problem is Folger and Chadwick just cannot seem to get around him. That line is just locked in.
That's the line that they probably want, but Jennings loses it in turn number 1. He's going to cost himself 3 spots, put Tricky Troy up there. Now we're going to see if they can start catching Fast Freddy. As Freddy's coming up off turn number 2, they're in the middle of 3 and 4, as Freddy has 3/4 of a track lead over second place, Tricky Troy Folger, as Jennings now getting a little rump from behind by the X-car of Rob Gallagher on the outside now, and Travis Dutra on the inside, as that battle for second continues right now. Tricky Troy's got about a car length breathing room. The 87 car losing its door as it is hanging off on the right-hand side for the 87 to Kellen Chadwick. But Tricky Troy holding him off by about a half a car length right now. And Fast Freddy, he's just kind of on his own different racetrack.
Yeah, he's just fast. But, I mean, and don't count out that 15 of Giuliani, though. He's sticking right there with Chadwick and Folger. And here comes Dutra. Where'd Dutra come from? He's moving on up, going to go and battle for the 4th position with Giuliani. Chadwick, Folger head across the line right now. Chadwick just trying to hold on to that left or right door. Folger just holding his line. I think they found their moisture. Dutra moving up onto the back bumper of Giuliani, heading into 3. They're not trying to get out of their own lines at this point.
As Tricky Troy now working the upper line through the racetrack. They have Scott Foster up in front of them. As let's see, they're coming up off turn number 2. Fast Freddy is ending turn number 1. He's got 5 cars in front of him as the battle for second continues now. Tricky Troy's got Scott Foster right in front of him. Scott Foster's first race. Door came off, yellow flag is out.
And Kellen Chadwick finally loses that right side door panel as it's sitting in the front stretch about 100 feet from Bob. So I don't know if Freddie wanted this.
Oh, absolutely not. That's going to close him right up on the bumper.
But
he had this thing in the books.
Yeah, but I know us race fans wanted this yellow, so that way we can have a better show, right?
That's right.
So. All I know,
the newbie's getting razzed.
Yeah, all I know is that door came off and it could have hit Bob.
It could have. All right, Fast Freddy suddenly seeing something he hasn't seen all race long. Someone coming up behind him because he has been on a rail. Andrew Pierce was about to go a lap down, or did he go a lap down just before that yellow came out?
I think that yellow saved him, if I recall correctly. I don't know. We weren't really focusing on Freddie.
So Kellen with some air conditioning now. on that right side. I didn't see what happened. Did you happen to see what caused his sheet metal to come off?
I believe that was the little dabble with Jennings when he got a little loose.
Okay.
Yeah, Jennings came down, hit the door panel, and door panel said, "You know what? I'm going to bed."
So Andrew Pierce. Is that Andrew Pierce not wanting to? Oh no, that's the Dave Hill car.
Yeah, Dave Hill
is not. So the 15P of Dave Hill is a lapped car and would normally fall to the back if he chooses. He doesn't want to. He can stay up there. And that's kind of what the other two are trying to do, is hoping he was going to fall to the back, and it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know.
Texas style restart. We got Fast Freddie Ryland. It's going to be green and white together.
Green and white together. Okay.
A one-lap shootout.
All right, we got a drag race around this 3/8 clay oval. It's going to be interesting, especially with that lap car in front.
All right, we're getting set. Lights out, going green flag racing. One lap shootout. Now Dave Hill pulls to the inside and lets him go by. Fast Freddy picking up the speed down to turn number 3. Coming up, he's starting up high, putting Kellen Chadwick way down low. Chadwick hard on the gas. Fast Freddy gets down the front straightaway to turn number 1 first. It is white and green together. Fast Freddy up off turn number 2. He's got a car length and a half over Tricky Troy as Dave Hill spins in turn number 1. We stay under the green checkered flag coming out. Fast Freddie Ryland's going to pick home the win. Tricky Troy Folger, Kellen Chadwick, Anthony Giuliani, Travis Dutra, Jason Jennings, Rob Gallagher, Andrew Pierce, and Joe Gallagher going down for victory lane. As Fast Freddy climbs out of another race car, taking home the second win of the night. Fast Freddy, not a bad way to start the 2022 year, taking home 2 wins in one night.
No, not a bad way at all. Yeah, it was good. Nice to be able to start out front, and the high line was probably the best line. And this car was working really well tonight. We've been kind of struggling with it a little bit, but I think we got it where it needs to be. It's, boy, hard to pass lap traffic, man. I'm telling you, it was tough. I'm glad there was a little caution there.
Well, that caution, you lost your lead of 3/4 of a lap.
Oh, yeah. I thought when I caught them cars and it slowed me down that somebody's got to be coming pretty soon.
They were literally 3/4 of a lap behind. They were having a great battle. There was at one point 5 cars battling for second while you were just on your own cruise line out there.
Yeah, it was a good car tonight, that's for sure. And again, I'd like to thank my wife and Tyler here. PFC brakes, mid-state machine, builds a great motor in this car. Brian, again, my pit crew, and Clayton. And that's about it tonight.
Are you going to try to hit all the stock car races here, or just when you can?
Not sure yet, still kind of playing it by ear, but yeah, it's the plan to try to make all of them if I can.
Fast Ready Ron, congratulations on win number 2 on the night.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Fast Freddie Ryland. And with that, let's head on over here as our second and third place drivers disappeared. But Mike, what you got here?
Well, I finally got a driver to stop for me. I guess they didn't realize that I'm no longer security here and they actually want to talk. But I have
Trying to run
Jason
from you.
Jennings here, and he was the second place car for 90% of the race. And yeah, Jason, you held your line. It was beautiful. Best I've seen you race, you know. So what did you think of the race?
It was a pretty technical track. It was a lot of fun. I just got up out of the groove there in 1 and 2. I had all the hot dogs behind me, and they were putting the pressure on. I felt them back there. I knew they were there. But it was a blast. Me, my dad, my brother, my buddy, I got a couple buddies out there helping out. They threw the kitchen sink at this thing, and it worked on this track. I need a little more seat time on this dry slick stuff. And I love the dry slick more than tacky. Anybody could drive a hammer down tacky track. And this is where it's at. This is the track prep was awesome. I had a blast. A lot of fun.
Well, yeah, it was a beautiful night for you. Anyone that you want to thank?
My dad, my mom, my wife, my kids, all the friends and family we got, all the sponsors that help us out on this thing. You know, if it wasn't for all them and pushing me to drive, I wouldn't be doing this stuff, you know. So it's all them who really stand behind me that I want to thank.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Jason. Again, congratulations. And good luck the rest of the season. All right, buddy. Jason Jennings, everyone.
All right, with that, turn that off. Mike? Hold on, let me get out of the way. Mike, your first night under your belts, what do you think?
Oh, I love it. I do. There's definitely going to be a conversation, especially with how much you called her out. If she was watching this, Gabby, I do love you. We are going to have a conversation. I do hope to get out here a lot more.
Gabby, he loves you. I love you. We're having fun.
That's really all it was tonight.
Yeah, we're just having fun, folks. Thanks for tuning in on this beautiful Saturday night. What a great night of racing. The IMCA cars, the stock cars, the modifieds, the sport modifieds, the Pacific Coast hobby stocks, all of them put on some great racing all night long.
Oh, most definitely. It definitely was not a night to complain about. It was beautiful.
That's just the first night of the year.
Yeah, how many more we got?
A lot. That's good. All right, with that, folks, want to remind you, next week we have the IMCA Modifieds, Sport Modifieds, and Stock Cars back, and the Delta Dwarf cars will all be here for their racing enjoyment, and we want to see you here. The happy hour is going to start next week, 3 to 5, the south end of the racetrack, which to me is over there. That's south. So
south, yes, turn one.
$5 beers, and anytime they're working on the track doing track prep, it's going to be $5 beer. Okay. So can't beat that. And, of course, keep an eye out for all news, notes, and stuff on AntiochSpeedway.com, Antioch Speedway Promotions Facebook, Antioch Speedway TV Facebook, Wiley's Race Report.
Okay.
As Misty Welborn's going to come back out. Good.
Yeah,
we didn't have the trophy out here for at the door. The cool trophy's here.
Yeah.
Camera's up there, by the way.
I know. I'm just looking around, make sure I'm not getting bombarded again,
Yeah.
just like now. So.
We do want to say thank you for a great night of racing and for having you on the Antioch Speedway TV and in the stands. Until next week, I'm Wiley Wade.
And I'm Mike Bauer.
Good night, everybody. Oh, we want to keep going. Oh, wait, hold on.
Okay.
Okay. We're going to interview Misty again.
Oh, wonderful.
All right, so
I'll
that,
actually get to talk to her.
Yes.
And congratulate her.
She was so excited. If you missed it, she took home the win. Let me see if I can get you the schedule. Coming up next week, we already did that. In 2 weeks, Of course, folks, we have some great racing this year is just going to be fantastic.
It really is. We got a lot of specialty shows. Sounds like we're bringing back the figure 8. We have a destruction derby.
Ooh, that's going to be fun.
That's going to.
I've always wanted to drive in one of those.
I don't. I
You
value my life. And apparently, there's another race that is going to be a special one. It's called a chain race. Have you ever heard of those?
I have.
Have you seen one?
On TV, I've not been in one or not been to one, but if it's like the ones I've seen, you have 3 cars chained together. The front car is the gas, the back car is the brake.
Yeah, that's going to definitely be one to not miss. Definitely want to get out here for that chain race if and when we have it. And guess who's back?
Hi, Misty.
Hi,
or
Misty.
as Mike called you, Mr.
What? I don't know.
He kept calling you Mr. Welborn. All right, we got some. We have some. Okay, turn around and we need you on this side because the camera, the TV camera.
We're not doing a personal one today, Misty.
Plus, lighting for Katrina is better over here. So there you go, folks. Misty Welborn, hobby stock, getting her first win. All right, I got to talk to you again. You've had some time to digest it. What do you think?
I'm still in shock.
Wake up tomorrow morning and maybe realize it?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I was a little stressed out because it was just a lot of cars, and so I was just trying to be patient and let some stuff happen because it was really slippery out there. And then once it started clearing away, I got faster and faster. The car felt great. I mean, Anthony does an amazing job on this car, and anywhere that I want it to go, it just goes.
I was going to say, I can only imagine how proud he was of you and how happy he was.
I saw every time I look at him, every time I come out of two, and he just clapped. That means there's nothing he could say to me to do better. And so I just kept going and just got faster and faster. I mean, Les Friend, I can't believe my first win is with Les Friend.
Holding him off lap after lap.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Well,
I wanted to come out here and win. I was manifesting this all week. I didn't want to be second again. I didn't.
Well, as I told you last year, you were going to win this year, and this is not going to be your only win. Look for you. I'm looking for you to be battling for the championship this year.
I want to be competitive. Yes. Yes.
And she's humble. Okay, that's not the same Misty I knew last year.
I'm an older woman, so.
25 is not old. All right. Well, congratulations. You want to say thanks to anybody before we sign off the air?
Pacific Coast just signed on with us. That's a great. I need sponsors. We need sponsors. Oh my gosh.
Dutra, I know, is one.
Yeah, Dutra is the one that's helped me drive. He's taught me everything I'm doing. My husband has done everything. He pays for everything. I have to thank my parents. And my body is from Gomez. And we need some help. So if I'm here, standing here, hopefully, maybe I can get some help.
You got Allspec on here?
Allspec, yes. The body's from Todd, I said.
So that's $50, right? Isn't that how that works?
I don't know. I've never been here before.
Oh.
You know what? I think it is. You got the contingency prize.
I think he gives it, if he
$50
sponsors you
for
and
the
you
winner.
win, you get $50, I think. Todd, we're calling you out either anyway.
Yes, you better give it.
We just said it on worldwide TV here.
But you know what? Honestly, Wiley, if she's doing this without sponsors, imagine if she has sponsors.
Absolutely.
I think that championship's going to say Welborn on it come this time next year.
Yes, I really hope so. And I have the best pit guy in town, Devin. He helps out because my husband's back is always hurt, so it's really nice to have him here too. But yeah, I'm in shock. I really am.
Well, congratulations, and look forward to seeing you back.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Misty Welborn, winner of the Pacific Coast Hobby Stock main event. All right, now we can do this official like, Mike. All right, so again, folks, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being here if you were here. we are looking forward to a great season. Going to have Mike in and out of the booth. I appreciate you being here. Great job on your rookie. I'm not going to pull the rookie stripe off yet. I still got a lot of razzing to do on you. But we're having fun, and thanks for being here. Great job.
Thank you for having me. And yeah, I definitely don't pull those rookie things off my back. I think even when I get in the race car, they're going to be on the race car also. But no, it is a lot of fun, and I will definitely be back several times this season.
Happy birthday, Larry Adams, picking up another birthday. We won't say how old he is, 105. But Larry Adams does a whole lot of stuff around here. I want to say thank you for that. Until next time, I'm Wiley Wade.
And I'm Mike Bauer.
Goodbye, everybody.